Chapter 747. Xiao Fang is here to collect his lunchbox. There are dishes and meat to eat. What did it mean to press forward courageously? What did it mean to be irresistible? What did it mean to be unstoppable? This sword strike was a vivid illustration of this. Sword intent basic style. Sword force second heaven. The manifestation of the true meaning of the sword. Void sword force. Break, 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 break. The starlight fist was pierced through. The tiny but terrifying sword continued to pierce through the thick arm of the starlight giant. The starlight giant was formed by the combination of countless starlight and spiritual energy. It was not made of flesh and blood, but it was many times stronger. Its toughness was comparable to a low-grade spiritual weapon. But under the red jade sword it was like a piece of cardboard. It was easily pierced through and torn apart. Fang Xingchen was shocked. He continued to absorb starlight and spiritual energy to replenish his energy. His strength continued to explode as he tried to block Chen Zong's attack. But he found it difficult to do so. All of the obstacles were destroyed. Shock, fear, and indignation. He had not even unleashed his full strength. Was he going to be defeated? Fang Xingchen had inherited the Taiyuan divine path, and his cultivation had increased continuously. He was in high spirits, and was preparing to defeat Chen Zong to avenge his humiliation and prove himself as the #1 genius of the Taiyuan sky sect. But now Fang Xingchen did not give up resisting. Since he could not block Chen Zong's attack, he might as well counterattack. The other giant hand was raised. It suddenly released an extremely shocking aura. With a flip of the hand, it could summon clouds and rain as it slammed down. Rumble! It was as if an ancient mountain was pressing down. Then, the 5 fingers of the starlight giant hand bent and pressed down. A strong force of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. It was as if the entire world had been absorbed into the 5 fingers of the giant hand. The giant hand continued to expand. It was as if it covered the sky and covered the sun. The extremely terrifying aura caused the rocks below to collapse inch by inch. Taiyuan divine path, heavenly imprisoning hand. This move was 10 times stronger than the previous one. It was because Fang Xingchen had used it himself. Now, he was using the body of the starlight giant. There was a huge difference in power. Suppress. Chen Zong's expression became more and more serious. This move put him under immense pressure. It was as if this pressure was going to crush his body. This move could easily crush an ordinary extreme 6th stage mortal realm warrior. But Chen Zong wasn't someone an ordinary warrior of the 6th tier of the mortal realm could compare to. Using his mind mystery art, he moved like a fish, weaving through the terrifying pressure. The mysteries of the heart sword Tao began to reveal itself bit by bit. Do as you please, follow your heart and be unrestrained. You should not be affected by the outside world. His 5 fingers pressed down like heavenly pillars, like a heavenly cage, trying to imprison Chen Zong. Chen Zong's breath was erratic, shuttling through the countless gaps in the pressure. Impossible! Fang Xingchen was increasingly astonished. He was well aware of how powerful this move was, and he had fully grasped this move. However, he was unable to suppress Chen Zong, and he couldn't even lock onto him. He could only feel that Chen Zong's figure was incomparably nimble, and his aura was erratic, making it difficult to lock onto him. The greatest power of the heavenly imprisoning hand was to combine the power of heaven and earth to suppress the target, making it difficult for the target to move. If one couldn't lock onto the target's breath, this move would be useless, just like now. The crimson sword light shuttled through the starlight giant, breaking all the connection points. Pop, 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 pop. The 10-foot-tall starlight giant kept trembling, and strands of starlight were emitted from its body. When the crimson sword light pierced through the starlight giant's back, the starlight giant's body kept on exploding. Its arms exploded, turning into countless starlight and spiritual energy in the air. Then, its shoulders exploded, its thighs exploded, its body exploded, and its head exploded. Fang Xingchen's figure appeared. He kept on retreating in the midst of the explosions until he reached the foot of the mountain. His feet crushed countless rocks, leaving behind long scratches. His face was pale, and he looked dispirited. His eyes were dull. Fang Xingchen was dealt a huge blow. He stared at Chunzong, who was at the peak of the mountain. He should have been the one standing there. Retracting his gaze, Fang Xingchen lowered his head slightly, turned, and left in large strides. He no longer had the power of heaven and earth that he had come with. Instead, he looked a little desolate. The contrast was great, and it made one's heart ache. Looking at Fang Xingchen's departure, Chunzong's heart was calm. He had to admit that Fang Xingchen was indeed very strong. If he had only cultivated the gray feather mystic void technique, it would have been hard to predict the outcome of this battle. He might even have been defeated by Fang Xingchen. However, there were no ifs. What he cultivated was the Heart Sword Dao. The Mind Sword Way was of a higher grade than the Taiyuan Divine Way, but that was not all. The more advanced the inheritance, the more acupoints one could open, and the purer and stronger spiritual energy one could cultivate. It also had obvious benefits in other aspects. For example, it would allow one to better comprehend the power of heaven and earth, better understand the true meaning, and so on. It could be said that one step ahead would lead to many steps ahead. The gap between them had been decided from the beginning. Moreover, Chunzong did not use his full strength in this battle. At least, he did not use his late-stage third level of the mortal realm, nor did he use the heart sword questioning heart. Who in the same generation can make me use my full strength? Chunzong looked into the distant sky. His gaze became deep and vast. Sanggu's holy son? He was not sure. Sanggu's holy son was indeed more outstanding than Fang Xingchen. Coming from a holy land, his legacy should be better than the Taiyuan sacred Tao. Therefore, he was definitely more powerful than Fang Xingchen, but whether he could make Chunzong use his full strength was still unknown. After all, Sanggu's holy son was making a breakthrough, and so was Chunzong. Then, the Tianlan Saintess? Indeed, during the battle at the Dragon Transformation Lake, Chunzong felt that the Tianlan Saintess was more difficult to deal with than Sanggu's holy son. However, that was under the environment of the Dragon Transformation Lake. If they were on flat ground, she would not be stronger than Sanggu's holy son. If Sanggu's holy son and the Tianlan Saintess were not enough, then who in the same generation could make him use his full strength? Suddenly, Chunzong could not help but shake his head and smile. I got a little carried away. Chunzong secretly smiled bitterly. Perhaps it was difficult for him to find an opponent in the same generation. But, were his opponents only in the same generation? No, his real opponents were the previous generation, and even the generation before that. His master was still unconscious and needed the antidote for the demonic poison. With his current strength, could he obtain the antidote for the demonic poison? Difficult. So, what right did he have to be proud? What right did he have to be complacent? Thinking of this, the feeling of loneliness at the top dissipated like smoke and disappeared without a trace. It was replaced by a fighting spirit. The third layer of the extreme mortal realm was only the beginning of the transcendent realm. There were even higher realms beyond that. He still had a long way to go. Moreover, the Heart Sword Dao was just the beginning. Thinking of this, Chunzong leaped down and turned into a wisp of smoke under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, drifting away with the wind. The second battle with Fang Xingchen had established Chunzong's supreme position in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. From then on, no one doubted Chunzong's strength. As for why Chunzong was able to defeat Fang Xingchen, everyone paid more attention to the second layer of the Grand Sword Force and the second layer of the Sword Intent. At the same cultivation level, Chunzong surpassed Fang Xingchen in both aspects. In addition, the power Chen Zong used was obviously a type of power that was fused with spirit energy but was stronger than spirit energy. It was reasonable for him to defeat Fang Xingchen. There were also people who suspected that Chen Zong did not cultivate the gray feather profound void way, but there was no evidence. Moreover, even if Chen Zong did not cultivate the gray feather profound void way, no one would pursue the matter. It was a personal opportunity. In a palace in Zhenyuan Mountain, only Chen Zong was present. As a condition for accepting the challenge, he had to read the various ancient books collected by Zhenyuan Mountain. Now Chen Zong had arrived. The number of ancient books collected by Zhenyuan Mountain was more than 10% more than that of Gray Feather Mountain. Chen Zong flipped through them one by one. Some of them were similar to Gray Feather Mountain, but some were different. The different parts were what Chen Zong focused on. Holding an ancient book in his hand, Chen Zong flipped through it page by page. His eyes glowed as he took in the contents of every page clearly and memorized them. His photographic memory allowed Chen Zong to better remember the contents of the ancient books so that he could slowly comprehend them when he returned. After spending a few days, Chen Zong finally finished reading all the ancient books collected by Zhenyuan Mountain. 60% of them were similar to Gray Feather Mountain, and 40% were different. After returning to the Heart Sword House, Chen Zong immediately went into seclusion. The opened acupoints of this spiritual technique can be integrated into the fourth level of the mysterious mind art. Different cultivation techniques opened different acupoints. Even if the acupoints were the same, the order in which they were opened was different, resulting in differences in the spiritual energy cultivated. The opening of the acupoints of the mysterious mind art also had its own order. It did not only have to perfect all 12 acupoints. After spending some time, Chen Zong perfected the fourth level of the mysterious mind art to the peerless level. He then began to simulate how to open the acupoints. Again and again, he simulated and tried again and again. He learned from his failures and finally succeeded. When Chen Zong came out of seclusion, it was already half a month later. The fourth and fifth levels of the mysterious mind art had been perfected. It's enough for me to cultivate for quite some time, but I can't fall behind in the following cultivation techniques, Chen Zong said to himself. Unfortunately, the other 5 mountains did not respond to his request. At this time, Chen Zong received a message from Rainbow Fall Mountain's Mountain Lord. After a few words, Chen Zong was overjoyed. Rainbow Fall Mountain's Mountain Lord had actually agreed to let him browse through the ancient records collected by Rainbow Fall Mountain. The ancient records collected by Rainbow Fall Mountain were similar to those collected by Gray Feather Mountain. 70% of them were similar, and the remaining 30% were different. Unfortunately, it only allowed Chen Zong to perfect the 6th level of the mysterious mind art. With my current cultivation speed, it will take me a lot of time to reach the 6th level. I still have time to find and perfect it, Chen Zong said to himself. Although the degree of perfection was not ideal, with so many cultivation techniques and martial arts, it had enriched Chen Zong's foundation. With the accumulation of precipitation, Chen Zong's martial arts attainment had an obvious improvement. This improvement did not have any benefits in a short period of time, but it had indescribable benefits for his future cultivation. Next, I will begin a long seclusion, Chen Zong said to himself. Chapter 748. Time flowed like sand between one's fingers, never to be returned. Outside the Heart Sword House, there was a powerful protective force surrounding it. Strands of light flowed like silk, but no astonishing aura was emitted. However, this protective force was strong enough to defend against the attacks of an earth spirit expert. Chen Shidi has been in closed-door training for almost a year, but he still hasn't come out. A figure arrived as if riding the wind. He paused outside the Heart Sword House and said softly, before heading down the mountain. He was Yu Zhengshao, about to leave the Green Feather Mountain to train. Other than improving themselves to the extreme in all aspects within the sect, disciples of the sect would often choose to go out to further hone themselves and face all kinds of situations to stimulate their own potential and improve further. The esoteric disciples of the sect were not in the sect most of the time. Another few days passed. The protective force outside the Heart Sword House disappeared, and a figure silently appeared. Like an unsheathed sword, he soared into the sky. Several hundred meters in the air, Chen Zong's figure paused for a moment, after which, he gently floated down like a feather and landed on the roof of the Heart Sword House. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. His eyes were deep and there were traces of light flickering continuously like sword chi lingering around them. Taking a deep breath, a gust of wind blew past. Countless amounts of heaven and earth ling chi mixed within, entering his body through his nose, making him feel refreshed. When he exhaled again, the chi was like a flying sword that pierced through the air several thousand meters away, leaving a straight line in the air. It only dissipated after a few breaths. Soon after, Chen Zong took out his identity token and sent a message to Elder Tsangxian. However, Elder Tsangxian did not immediately reply, probably because he had something else to do. After a year of closed-door training, my cultivation has reached the peak of the third layer of the extreme mortal stage. I'm only a step away from the fourth layer. Chen Zong mumbled to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. In a year of cultivation, his cultivation had risen from the late third layer of the extreme mortal stage to the peak of the third layer of the extreme mortal stage. This speed was considered fast for most extreme mortal stage experts, but for Chen Zong it was very, very slow. However, Chen Zong was not too concerned about it. After all, this year's seclusion was not for the sake of improving his cultivation base. Rather, it was for the sake of further perfecting his heart sword Dao, laying down a more solid and perfect foundation for himself. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping firewood. Only by laying a good foundation would one be able to cultivate better. It was just like building a pavilion. With a good foundation, the pavilion could be built higher and more stable. My sword momentum has reached the peak of the second level, and is only a step away from the third level. The true intent of sword and the other 5 true intents have also improved. I've perfected the Sword of Will's basic style and Inquisition, but I still don't have a clue about the second style. The Heart Intent Sword questioning the heart was the first move. It was just a basic move. Chen Zong was not included in the move. However, Chen Zong felt that the basic style was extremely important. It was the final move and the foundation. If the basic style was correct, the subsequent moves would be correct. If the basic style was perfect, then the subsequent moves would be perfect. Therefore, Chen Zong put a lot of effort into the basic style. 1 year's time was not long at all, especially for Transcendent Realm cultivators. Most extreme mortal realm cultivators would not have any significant improvement even after a year of closed-door cultivation. However, Chen Zong had not only improved his cultivation, but also made great progress in all other aspects. If word got out, it would be amazing. Elder Tsangxian has replied. Immediately, Chen Zong's figure flickered. He was incomparably light, like a feather in the wind, or like a speck of dust. His figure floated in the air, but his speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong was far away from the Heart Sword House, flying towards the palace at the top of the mountain. His figure was like a cloud of smoke, a feather, a speck of dust, or a bolt of lightning. It was extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Several human elders were walking down from the palace at the top of the mountain when Chen Zong floated past them. These human elders were shocked and quickly looked around, but found nothing. Someone clearly passed by. Could it be an Earth Spirit Realm elder? These human elders could not help but make guesses. If they knew that it was not an Earth Spirit Realm elder, but Chen Zong, who knew how shocked they would be. Chen Zong was also quite satisfied. Among these human elders, Two were at the second layer of the extreme mortal realm, while the other was at the third layer of the extreme mortal realm. Yet, they were unable to discover him. This movement technique was indeed not bad. This movement technique was created during Chen Zong's year of closed-door cultivation. He had combined the Heavenly Sword Path, the Dark Feather Mysterious Void method, and various other cultivation methods and martial skills into his Heart Will Sword path. Chen Zong named it the Mysterious Heart Change. Mysterious within mysterious, with a single thought in the heart, it was full of changes. Good movement technique. When Chen Zong entered the Dark Feather Hall, a slightly old but vigorous voice sounded. However, your movement technique is somewhat different from the Dark Feather Mysterious Void method's Mysterious Void Escape. Elder is wise, Chen Zong replied with a smile. This is a movement technique that your disciple created by combining the Mysterious Void Escape with other martial arts. Elder Tsangxian was astonished, but not too surprised. It was very simple. Any genius would not cultivate normally after receiving an inheritance. Instead, they would adjust and walk the path that was most suitable for them according to what they had learnt and the path they walked. Hence, ordinary practitioners would usually cultivate the same way after receiving an inheritance, but the apex geniuses who received the same inheritance would gradually become different after cultivating it. Elder Tsangxian had expected that Chen Zong would create his own movement technique based on the essence of the Mysterious Void Escape with other martial arts. However, he did not expect it to be so fast. After all, even if a genius wanted to use an inheritance as a foundation to adjust and change it, they would still need a considerable amount of time to cultivate and gradually understand the inheritance. Chen Zong had undoubtedly taken a lot of time. However, when one thought about it, Chen Zong's talent was even above Fang Xingqian's. Thus, it was reasonable for him to make some extraordinary move. Moreover, the more outstanding Chen Zong was, the more beneficial it would be for Dark Feather Mountain. One must know that the Taiyuan Seven Mountains formed the Taiyuan Heaven sect, but there was competition between the seven mountains. Now that the Dark Feather Mountain master was injured and unconscious, Dark Feather Mountain was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. It would be fine in the short term, but as time passed, the disadvantage of Dark Feather Mountain without a mountain master would slowly increase. However, the good thing was that Chen Zong had defeated Fang Xingqian and had a strong reputation. This also affected the Dark Feather Mountain. Therefore, for a period of time, the Dark Feather Mountain's reputation would not be affected much. However, as time passed, this might not be the case. Chen Zong said, "Elder, I've been in secluded cultivation for a year and have reached a bottleneck. I plan to go out and train." "Your cultivation?" Elder Tsangxian asked in return. Soon after, he was a little surprised. Advanced third heaven mortal stage. "Not bad, not bad. You've been in secluded cultivation for a year and your cultivation has risen by 2 small realms. You've even created your own movement skill." Elder Tsangxian could not help but smile. "Given your current strength, an ordinary 6th heaven mortal stage practitioner may not be your match. You should be able to match an ordinary 7th heaven mortal stage practitioner." Chen Zong nodded. In truth, he already had the strength to match an ordinary 7th heaven mortal stage practitioner before he went into secluded cultivation. Now, if he went all out, even 7th heaven mortal stage practitioners like the Thousand Sifting Sects sect master and first elder might not be his match. However, it was still unknown whether he would be a match for a 7th heaven mortal stage practitioner who cultivated a high-grade spirit art. The current Yu does indeed have the qualifications to go out and train. Elder Tsangxian smiled. If Chen Zong was unable to go out and gain experience with his strength, then most of the martial artists would just hole up in their own territory. Even Profound Heavens stage practitioners had the possibility of dying when they went out to train. Training itself was a kind of life and death struggle. "When will you be leaving?" Elder Tsangxian asked. "Now." Chen Zong's answer was very direct. Since he had decided to go out and train, he didn't have any worries. Of course, the sooner the better. A month ago, Fang Xingqian went out to train. Since you've decided to go out, perhaps you can take a trip to the Earth Demon Abyss. Elder Tsang Xian suggested. Earth Demon Abyss. Chernzong repeated, then nodded. I will go. Take these 3 items with you. Elder Tsang Xian nodded and waved his hand. 3 egg-sized ash-white rays of light flew towards Chernzong. This is the profound feather shield. Once activated, it can withstand a full power attack from an Emperor Stage Expert, a full power attack from an Emperor Stage Expert, and a full power attack from a 3rd layer Profound Heavens Stage Expert. This is the greatest life-saving trump card I can give you. Unfortunately, if the Mountain Lord was here, he would be able to give you an even better profound feather shield. For a Heaven's Pride like Chernzong, when going out to train, it was necessary to give him some life-saving trump cards, such as attack, defense, support, and so on. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord was Chernzong's master and should be the one to prepare a life-saving trump card for Chernzong. Since the Blue Feather Mountain Lord was a 7th layer Profound Heavens Stage Expert, the Profound Feather Shield he prepared would naturally be stronger. The best one could withstand a full power attack from a 6th layer Profound Heavens Stage Expert. But there was no other way. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord was still unconscious, so Elder Tsang Xian could only do it for him. Many thanks, Elder. Chernzong said gratefully as he kept the Profound Feather Shield. The value of each of these 3 life-saving trump cards was very high. Go. Fight when you need to, retreat when you need to. Your life is more important, but you can't ruin the reputation of our Tai Yuan Heaven Sect and Blue Feather Mountain. Elder Tsang Xian instructed. Disciple will remember. Chernzong said seriously. He cupped his hands together, bowed, and took a step back. He turned around and walked out of Blue Feather Hall without looking back, heading down the mountain. Elder Tsang Xian's gaze was deep as he stared at Chernzong's departing figure. Elder Tsang Xian mumbled to himself, perhaps Chernzong's name will spread throughout the world on this trip. His voice was both emotional and gratified. It was indeed a great blessing for Blue Feather Mountain to have such a disciple. There was no need to say goodbye or pack up. Chernzong quickly followed the path down the mountain. Greetings, Senior Brother Chen. Greetings, Senior Brother Chen. Greetings, Senior Brother Chen. Along the way, the disciples they met stopped and bowed to Chernzong. Chernzong was now the most famous person in the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect. Every Blue Feather Mountain disciple respected him very much, and each of them set Chernzong as their goal. They were very motivated to work hard in their cultivation. Chernzong naturally wouldn't be arrogant and unreasonable in the face of his junior brother's greetings. He nodded and smiled in response. This made many disciples very excited, and they respected Chernzong even more. After leaving the Tai Yuan Heaven Sect, Chernzong looked at the sky. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, shining down on the land. Chapter 749. The front windshield of the car is cracked. It's really troublesome to find the insurance. The Earth Demon Abyss was located in the far west of Blue Waves continent. Chernzong's final destination was the Earth Demon Abyss, so he had to go west. Among the 24 continents of Blue Waves continent, 15 of them were controlled by 15 top-notch forces, and the remaining 9 were occupied by many other forces. They appeared particularly chaotic, and were called the Scattered Continent. Chernzong went west, left the Taiyuan continent, and entered the Tianjing continent, one of the 9 scattered continents. Along the way, Chernzong had already investigated all the forces in the Tianjing continent. In the Tianjing continent there were no powerful forces like the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, but there were many top-notch high-grade sect forces like the Fierce Sword Sect. There were no less than 3 of them. Only second to the 3 top-notch sect forces, there were as many as 10 high-grade sect forces, more than 30 mid-grade sect forces, and over 100 low-grade sect forces. It could be said that the forces in the Tianjing continent were many times more powerful than those in Chaotian Island. Among the 100 low-grade sect forces, there was a villa called the Flying Snow Villa, and the master of the villa was called the Flying Snow Sword Monarch. The huge villa was located on the top of a mountain 2,000 meters high. The cold wind was howling, and feather-like white snow was falling down, covering the ground, the walls, and the roof. The top of the mountain was covered with white snow, reflecting the sunlight. The white snow peak stood alone, like a huge sword pointing to the sky. The gate of the villa was red, as if it was dyed with blood. It opened gently, and 2 youths in white gowns walked out, each holding a 2-meter-long broom, and began to sweep the snow in front of the villa. Without saying anything, only the sound of the broom sweeping could be heard. Under the broom, the snow was rolled up and blown in the same direction, just like a white python coming out of its hole, showing the solid foundation of these 2 youths. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of a brilliant sword art. Not long after, a path was swept out, leading to the stairs at the foot of the mountain. The 2 youths wiped the sweat on their foreheads. Suddenly, a melodious sword cry rang out from within the villa. It surged endlessly and spread throughout the mountain peak. It only stopped after a full 10 breaths of time. The 2 youths first looked at each other, then turned around and rushed towards the villa as fast as lightning. The villa master came out. I wonder how much the villa master's strength increased after 3 years of seclusion? As they discussed in low voices, dozens of people in white robes stood in the spacious courtyard. The older ones were in their 50s or 60s, while the younger ones were in their teens. Every one of them carried a long sword on their back and stood in an orderly manner. A pale figure walked out from inside. His footsteps were light. With one step, he crossed the long hall and appeared in front of everyone. This person had long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. His sideburns were white, and there were crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. His eyes were clear and deep, but he seemed to have experienced a lot. His face was rosy, and his expression was indifferent. Villa Master! Sound! The Flying Snow Sword Monarch's clear eyes swept across, reflecting the white snow. It was as though he could see through everyone. These people were the disciples of the Flying Snow Villa. The Flying Snow Villa was different from the other sect. They didn't have many disciples, but they strived for excellence. Every disciple of the Flying Snow Villa was talented in sword cultivation. Did anything happen during my seclusion? Swordlord Flying Snow's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was as cold as the snow. Manor Lord, it's nothing serious. The oldest old man bowed slightly and replied, but a few days ago, someone sent a letter to challenge the sect master. Challenge me? Swordlord Flying Snow was slightly surprised. He waved his hand and sucked the letter from the old man. He flipped it open and said, Chen Zong? Who is he? Villa Master, this Chen Zong is a rising star in the Tao of Sword. His sword skills are superb. In the past month, he has defeated the Yushan Sword, Green Goose Sword, and Swimming Dragon Sword consecutively. The old man replied respectfully. Swordlord Flying Snow raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew about the Yushan Sword, Green Goose Sword, and Swimming Dragon Sword because these 3 were famous sword experts in this area. They were all at the 6th level of the extreme mortal realm and had superb sword skills. They had challenged him before. Even though the 3 of them were defeated by his sword, their sword skills were also superb. For a rising star to be able to defeat the 3 of them consecutively, it was enough to show that this person had profound attainments in the Tao of Sword. Challenging him was within his expectations. After all, he was the best in this area when it came to sword skills. Sword Lord. This wasn't an honor that any sword cultivator could obtain. Only those who had superb attainments in the Tao of Sword and were the best among their peers could obtain this honor. The reason why Sword Lord Flying Snow could be called Sword Lord was because he had defeated numerous sword cultivators. He represented the highest level of sword skills in the extreme mortal realm in this area. If there was a day when his cultivation reached the extreme mortal realm, he would have a great chance of becoming a Sword King. In the early years, Swordlord Flying Snow was often challenged and was used to it. However, in the past 10 years, the number of challenges had decreased. This was because he was strong and his sword skills were superb. Those who were weaker than him were no match for him. As for those who were stronger than him, they naturally wouldn't lower themselves to challenge him. Now, he had just come out of seclusion after 3 years and had made some progress in the Tao of Sword. Now that there was a sword cultivator challenging him, he could test out his sword skills. Tomorrow, Swordlord Flying Snow's lips curled into a smile. He was slightly looking forward to it. Under the flying snow mountain, a silhouette wearing a silver-white robe walked over. At first he was a few thousand meters away, but in a blink of an eye, he was a few hundred meters away. In another blink of an eye, he was already at the foot of the flying snow mountain. He climbed up the first flight of stairs. The stairs went straight up, like a sword pointing to the peak of the mountain. Chunzong's footsteps didn't seem fast, but in fact they were as fast as a gust of wind. He climbed up the mountain rapidly. Not long later, Chunzong had crossed the 2-kilometer-tall mountain. At the peak of the flying snow mountain, a villa stood tall in the midst of the white snow. This place is covered with white snow. The sky is filled with flying snow. The name Flying Snow really lives up to its name. Chunzong's gaze swept across the place as he muttered to himself. It took Chunzong a few months to travel from the Taiyuan continent to the Tianjing continent. During this period of time, Chunzong rarely fought. Instead, he cultivated and comprehended along the way. His cultivation was slowly increasing, but his progress in other aspects was limited. After stepping into the Tianjing continent, Chunzong went around asking for extreme mortal realm sword cultivators and issued challenges. There were many martial artists who practiced the sword, but there were not many who were successful in it. There were even fewer who could be called experts in the way of the sword. After more than a month, Chunzong had challenged more than a dozen famous sword experts, but there were only 3 who could be called experts. The Yushan sword was as heavy as a mountain. It fully displayed the strength and weight of the sword, and it was unique. The green goose sword was as light and swift as a goose flying in the sky. It was lonely and deep. The swimming dragon sword was as flexible as a swimming dragon flying in the sky. After defeating these 3 people, Chunzong's understanding of the Tao of the sword became broader. Today, Chunzong came to challenge the flying snow sword monarch, who was known as the #1 sword cultivator in this area. He only hoped that this person's sword art could surprise him. He had already sent the visiting card. Today, he arrived on time. I, Chunzong, am here to ask for guidance from the Flying Snow Sword Monarch. Standing outside the Flying Snow Villa, Chunzong took a deep breath as he looked at the shocking red door. As he spoke, a sword cry came from the sky and reverberated within the villa. They are here. Open the door. Standing outside the door, Chunzong could vaguely hear the conversation. Soon after, a series of footsteps could be heard. Finally, the door was opened. The door that was dyed red with blood was opened. More than 10 young men wearing white short robes and carrying swords on their backs appeared on both sides of the door. Each of them stood straight and their backs were like swords. They looked straight ahead as if they didn't see Chunzong. From their bodies, Chunzong could feel a trace of coldness and sharpness. He could not help but sigh secretly. As expected of the Flying Snow Villa, the most famous sword sect within a radius of 5,000 miles. Although he had not fought with them yet, with Chunzong's attainments in the way of the sword, he could tell that these young men had high attainments in the way of the sword. From this, he could tell that the Flying Snow Sword Monarch's attainments in the Tao of the sword were extremely profound. Are you Chunzong? A slightly old voice sounded. Soon after, An old man wearing a white robe and carrying a sword on his back stepped out. The old man's hair and beard were all white, but his face was ruddy. His body emitted a hot aura like a burning fire. The flying snow sword monarch? Chunzong nodded and asked. I am the first sword attendant of the sword monarch. If you want to challenge the sword monarch, you have to defeat me first to prove your qualifications, the old man said with a voice full of energy. His voice was like the sound of metal clashing, and the sound was ear-piercing. His eyes emitted an incomparably shocking radiance that was as sharp as an unsheathed sword, and his body was suffused with invisible sword energy. The Flying Snow Villa was different from other sects. They didn't have many members, and they weren't called disciples, elders, or deacons. They were all called sword attendants, and the strongest one was called the first sword attendant. Please. Chunzong wasn't surprised. The first sword attendant's aura made Chunzong know that he was at the 5th tier of the extreme mortal realm. As for his sword skills, he would only know when they fought. Take one of my strikes first. As soon as the first sword attendant's voice fell, the long sword on his back seemed to fly into the air. A snow-white, cold sword light leaped into the air and turned into an arc of light. It was like a crescent moon made of snow, striking down from the sky. The first sword attendant already knew that Chunzong had defeated the Yushan sword, the Qingyan sword, and the swimming dragon sword. His sword skills and strength must be very strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. Therefore, he used his true strength as soon as he attacked. As soon as he attacked, the sword light had yet to reach him, but the terrifying sword pressure had already split open the ground, creating a long trench that quickly extended tens of meters away. The other sword attendants of the Flying Snow Villa all stared with their eyes wide open. They all practiced the same set of sword skills, but their levels were different. Now that they saw the first sword attendant attack, they naturally couldn't miss it. Maybe they would be able to comprehend something and improve their own sword skills. Not bad, this clear snow style already has the essence. In the villa, the Flying Snow Sword Monarch nodded his head in approval. Chunzong raised his head and looked at the crescent moon like snow-white sword light that was striking down from the sky. His body could clearly feel the coldness emitted by the sword light. It penetrated straight into his bones, as if it wanted to freeze his qi and blood, making it hard for him to move. Chapter 750. The snowflakes fell like feathers, and the sword was like the moon in the sky. Chunzong slightly raised his eyelids. Radiance shot out from deep within his eyes. Following that, a dazzling red light swept across the world. The blazing heat melted all the snow within a radius of 10 meters. The falling snowflakes evaporated into white smoke that rose into the air. This sword was like duckweed that had no fixed location. It was like a feather in the wind that had no trajectory to follow. It was also like the drifting snowflakes in the world, light and agile. Great sword technique. In the villa, Sword Monarch Flying Snow was startled as he exclaimed softly. The scorching sword scar went straight ahead and destroyed the sword light of the first sword attendant. It was like a hot knife through butter. The first sword attendant had a solemn expression. He realized that he couldn't avoid this sword no matter what he did. His aura was completely locked on, and he could only take it head-on. With a flick of his wrist, the sword vibrated and let out a piercing sound. It turned into countless snowflakes that surrounded the first sword attendant, protecting him from all angles. However, the sword that arrived through the gaps between the snowflakes. It made the impossible possible. The sword slashed on the first sword attendant and sent him flying. Chunzong was here to challenge Sword Monarch Flying Snow. He didn't have any grudges or conflicts of interest. Naturally, he wouldn't kill anyone for no reason. Sword Monarch Flying Snow, I have yet to learn the way of the sword. Do you think this sword is pleasing to your eyes? Chunzong's clear voice echoed in the snow as he sheathed the red jade sword. Great sword technique. The voice drifted over amidst the snow. Following that, a pale figure appeared in front of Chen Zong. It was as though this person had been standing there for a long time and had become one with the villa and the falling snow. This made Chen Zong's pupils shrink slightly. All of you, step back. Sword Monarch Flying Snow stared at Chen Zong. His clear eyes were filled with radiance. They were as sharp as the edge of a sword, silently slicing apart the falling snow. Yes. Everyone, including the first sword attendant, stepped aside and stood straight. My sword hasn't been unsheathed for 5 years. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's clear eyes became indifferent as he stared at Chen Zong. This made Chen Zong feel a chill in his body. I heard that you defeated the Mountain Sword, Green Goose Sword, and Swimming Dragon Sword. After seeing the essence of your sword, you are indeed qualified to make me unsheathe my sword. It is indeed my honor. Chen Zong smiled. An invisible aura spread out from the two of them like invisible sharp swords, clashing in the air with a distance of tens of meters between them. The moment Sword Master Flying Snow appeared, the battle had already begun. The Sword Monarch Flying. Sword Monarch Flying Snow opened his mouth once again. His voice was even colder and seemed to contain traces of sharpness. It filled the air endlessly, causing the falling snowflakes to carry traces of formless sword chi. All the snow in this world is my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a snowflake turned into a sword and shot towards Chen Zong. The chill penetrated through his body, using snowflakes as a sword to attack. This method was indeed not ordinary. Chen Zong's eyes brightened. He too did not unsheath his sword. Instead, he used his finger as a sword to attack. Under his finger, the air rippled like water. With a pop sound, the snowflakes shattered. The formless sword chi also dissipated. However, more snowflakes were swept up by the wind. They let out a woo-woo sound as they were blown towards Chen Zong. Every snowflake contained a terrifying sword chi. It was extremely sharp and could easily kill an ordinary extreme mortal realm 4th stage warrior. Chen Zong still did not unsheath his sword. Instead, he used his finger as a sword. The air rippled like water. With just this one finger, an invisible strand of sword chi circled around him like a thread. It was extremely agile like a soaring dragon. Not only did it resist the snowflakes that came flying from all directions, it even destroyed them one by one. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's eyes brightened. Chen Zong's technique of using his finger as a sword was extremely exquisite. It made Sword Monarch Flying Snow excited. After hearing that Chen Zong had defeated the Yushan Sword, Qing Yen Sword, and Swimming Dragon Sword, Sword Monarch Flying Snow was slightly interested. But now, a trace of battle intent rose from his heart uncontrollably. A melodious sword cry resounded across the sky. A snow-white sword light rose up as if it was rushing towards the clouds. The wind and snow swirled around, making it hard to see clearly. Soon after, the snow-white sword light made a turn in midair. It seemed light, but it was extremely strong and domineering. Before the sword light arrived, Chen Zong could already feel the terrifying sword pressure on his body. This sword was similar to the first sword technique used by the first sword servant. Or rather, it was the same technique. But the same technique used by the first sword servant was completely different from the one used by Sword Monarch Flying Snow. It was stronger and more mysterious. If it was used by the first sword servant, there were still traces to be found. But when it was used by Sword Monarch Flying Snow, it was hard to find any flaws. This sword allowed Chen Zong to see Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword technique. It was extremely profound and did not disappoint the title of Sword Monarch. The stronger Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword technique was, the happier Chen Zong would be. Only then would he not disappoint himself. Thinking of this, he unsheathed the red jade sword. The scarlet sword light pierced through the sky like a rainbow. The real battle had begun. The sword servants of Flying Snow Manor stared with their eyes wide open. They stared at Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword and Chen Zong's sword. This was a battle between swordsmanship experts. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's cultivation was at the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm. But he did not use all of his cultivation. He only controlled it to be at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. This was because Chen Zong's cultivation was at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. After leaving the Taiyuan Sky sect at the peak of the 3rd level of the extreme mortal realm, he had not stopped cultivating for the past few months. Finally, he made a breakthrough and reached the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. The early stage of the extreme mortal realm made Chen Zong even more powerful. Against Sword Monarch Flying Snow, Chen Zong did not have any intention to hold back. He would only be able to enjoy himself if he used all of his strength. The sword light surged and shattered. As the two swords clashed, a terrifying force tore the surroundings apart and shattered countless snowflakes. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's expression changed abruptly. From Chen Zong's sword, he could feel an extremely frightening energy pressing down on him. That was spiritual energy, but it was of an extremely high quality and extremely pure spiritual energy. It was even more frightening than the spiritual energy that he cultivated from his martial technique. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was much higher than Chen Zong's, he would have been defeated by Chen Zong in a clash of spiritual energy. Luckily, although he had limited his cultivation, the purity of his spiritual energy was not affected. He was still at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's cultivation technique was only a mid-level spiritual art, which was considered normal. Under the same level, the purity of his spiritual energy could not be compared to Chen Zong's. However, his sword art was indeed brilliant. As he closed in, he held his sword horizontally against the snowstorm. Snowflakes filled the sky and danced wildly in the air. The two figures clashed against each other in the snowstorm. Their swords clashed again and again, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The terrifying sound waves mixed with a powerful force tore the snowflakes apart, causing dust to fill the air. The heat caused by the swords slicing through the air even melted part of the snowflakes. There were no specific moves. Instead, he was able to react according to the situation. His goal was to defeat his opponent. This was an extremely high level of swordsmanship. It was no longer restricted to specific moves and was not restricted by move. It allowed one to integrate one's own strength into the longsword as one wished. It allowed one to have perfect control, judge the situation, and unleash it to the fullest. After exchanging blows, Chen Zong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow confirmed that their opponent had mastered the power of the sword, and his mastery of it was not low either. The power of the sword was the power of the heavens and earth. Mastering the power of the heavens and earth would not only allow one to utilize the power of the heavens and earth to increase one's strength, but it would also allow one to adapt to the surrounding environment better, allowing one to unleash one's strength to its fullest potential. In a battle between martial artists, one's strength might be important, but the surrounding environment was also very important. The right time, the right place, and the right people were all indispensable. After a moment, the intense and ear-piercing sword hum finally quieted down. The snowflakes that were torn apart gradually faded away. Sword Monarch Flying Snow stood proudly with his sword pointed at Chen Zong. The snow-white sword light flickered and emitted a frightening chill. With the red jade sword in his hand, it hung down naturally. Traces of light flowed on the sword like a soaring dragon. Great sword art! Sword Monarch Flying Snow did not conceal his admiration. Chen Zong's sword art had indeed surprised him. It was very powerful and brilliant. Furthermore, it gave off a feeling of being able to learn from many different martial arts. This was undoubtedly a difficult path. The difficulty of seeking the Tao was known by all. Sword Monarch's sword art is truly marvelous. Chen Zong laughed. My sword Tao is called Flying Snow. Sword Monarch Flying Snow laughed. The flying snow sword that was pointed at Chen Zong turned around and placed horizontally in front of him. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's eyes landed on the cold snow-white sword. His eyes were reflected like water and had some gentleness. Soon after, Sword Monarch Flying Snow gently flicked his finger. As the snow-white sword trembled, it let out a melodious sword hum. The air rippled like water. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's aura became even colder. Countless snowflakes seemed to be condensing behind his back. They were like swords revolving around him. Using the name Flying Snow to forge the Flying Snow Sword Dao. My sword Dao is my heart, Chen Zong said softly. His eyes became deeper and his aura became more ethereal. The red jade sword was like a swimming dragon. Sword Monarch Flying Snow chuckled. He used his left hand's fingers like a sword and swiped across the flying snow sword. As the snowy light spread out, the flying snow sword melted like snow and turned into snowflakes. They gradually spread out like dancing butterflies. The whooshing sound of the wind became even more intense. The surrounding snowflakes fused together with the flying snow sword. Every snowflake was emitting a frightening chill. Every snowflake was bringing along an extremely terrifying sharpness. Flying snow, filling the sky, a soft sound drifted in the wind. The sword lights and snowflakes that filled the sky were wrapped by the violent wind. It was like the Milky Way flowing in reverse. It seemed light, but it was actually vast and boundless. It brought along the might of the heavens and earth. Sword Force Second Heaven, true intent of sword, true intent of snow manifestation realm. Chen Zong was inwardly shocked. The strength of this sword monarch Flying Snow was indeed terrifying. He was much stronger than those that he challenged previously. Taking a deep breath, the red jade sword that was like a swimming dragon paused for a moment before thrusting forward. Sword Presence Second Heaven. The manifestation of the true meaning of the sword. Manifestation of the true meaning of wind. I will use this sword to question my heart. That sword light was illusory. It tore the sky apart and went straight towards the flying snow. At that moment, Chen Zong was wrapped by the flying snow. Pieces of flying snow pierced towards him like swords. Sword Monarch Flying Snow had a solemn expression. He frowned slightly and his eyes were flickering with radiance. It was as though he was experiencing a battle between heaven and man. In front of him, there was a seemingly illusory sword light that pierced through the chaotic flying snow and pierced through the sky. Chapter 751. His body was pierced through and riddled with holes before being torn apart by the terrifying power. As the sword light flashed, Chen Zong's figure appeared and pierced towards Sword Monarch Flying Snow. Heart questioning. This sword asks my heart, and it also asks your heart. At the very last moment, Sword Monarch Flying Snow finally reacted. He held the flying snow sword in his hand and swung it diagonally. Sword Monarch Flying Snow lived up to his name. Sword Monarch Flying Snow's attainments in the Sword Dao were indeed astounding. Not only did he break free from the heart questioning, he even blocked Chen Zong's sword with his sword. The tyrannical power was like a snowstorm, forcing Chen Zong to retreat. Soon after, Sword Monarch Flying Snow gripped the sword hilt with both his hands. The tip of the flying snow sword was pointed downwards. He stabbed it into the ground at an astonishing speed like a falling star. At the moment when the sword stabbed into the ground, Chen Zong felt the ground tremble slightly. A frightening chill surged from the ground. Flying snow. Sword domain. The voice was soft, but it was vast and mighty like thunder. The cold wave was like a dragon that swarmed over. The flying snow sword that was stabbed into the ground emitted a dazzling white light. It instantly exploded. Pieces of white snow that were suffused with sword light shot out in all directions. Chen Zong was in a daze. He realized that he seemed to have been transported through time and space. What he saw was a world of ice and snow. Flying snow sword domain. Chernzong was alert and frowned. He heard Sword Monarch Flying Snow's voice very clearly. Sword domain. Using the sword to form a domain. This was a representation of the sword Tao. It was a representation of a superb realm. Chernzong closed his eyes and opened them after a few breaths. His expression became extremely cold. There was no longer any emotion in his eyes. There was only emptiness and coldness. Within his pupils, it was as though there were two sword scars. Within the sword scars, there was a sharp radiance flowing. Scar sword pupil. This was a low-grade secret technique within the heavenly sword Tao. After executing it, one could see through some illusions and so on. Such small techniques might not be very powerful, but they were very useful in certain situations and could not be ignored. With his sword vision, Chernzong realized that the world of ice and snow had disappeared. Instead, there were 49 swords made of ice and snow floating in the air. The ice-snow long sword had no hilt. It was about half a meter long, and its edges were extremely sharp. It emitted an amazing chill and sharpness, which made Chernzong feel a chill in his heart. He is actually able to break free from the illusion. Sword Monarch Flying Snow was astonished. Soon after, he used his finger as a substitute for a sword and lightly swiped across, causing the 49 flying snow swords to revolve rapidly. This so-called flying snow sword field was actually just a flying snow sword formation. Compared to a real sword field, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, even if it was just a sword formation, it still possessed extremely terrifying power. Following the movement of Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword fingers, 2 flying snow swords pierced through the air. The terrifying cold energy was like the roar of a dragon. Chernzong swung his sword and repelled 2 flying snow swords. Then, 4 more flying snow swords came at him. 16. The more flying snow swords there were, the stronger and more terrifying the chill was. This made Chernzong's expression even more solemn. Furthermore, what made Chernzong feel troublesome was that after the flying snow swords were shattered, they would reform again. There would always be 49 flying snow swords, and it would never decrease or increase. In the end, the 49 flying snow swords came at him from all directions. It was as if 49 sword experts were attacking Chernzong at the same time. The pressure was indescribable. With the red jade sword in his hand, Chernzong's expression was cold and solemn. He fully activated his spiritual awareness and covered the surroundings. He grasped the trajectory of the 49 flying snow swords and blocked them with his sword. He could only block them. I have to break this formation, Chernzong thought to himself. At this point, Chernzong could also see that this was not a real sword field. It was just a formation formed by swords. It was a special application method, but its power was astonishing. If it was a real sword field, Chernzong would not have any power to resist. Break the formation? This seemed to be the only way now. But how to break the formation? Taking a deep breath, the wind and clouds surged. A large amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth was absorbed into Chernzong's body. He quickly refined it and expelled the turbid chi. The red jade sword vibrated and moved faster and faster. The sword edge cut the air, leaving 2 faint black traces. The buzzing sound was ear-piercing. If other people heard it, they would feel dizzy and weak. His right hand grasped the sword hilt and his left palm supported the sword head. He gently rubbed it. Chernzong's eyes became sharper and sharper. Sky-piercing sword. Splitting sky. His voice was low, but it carried a terrifying sharpness. The red jade sword was covered with a layer of sharp golden light. His left palm trembled slightly. A strong force suddenly burst out and pushed the red jade sword. His right hand also exerted force and slashed forward. Under the superposition of the 2 forces, the red jade sword was not only faster and stronger, but also more violently vibrated. Chi-chi sounds could be heard. It was as though a cloth was being torn apart. The red jade sword had already broken through the air. The scarlet sword light was suffused with a trace of icy cold sharpness. Wherever it passed, everything would be sliced apart, leaving behind a long, faint black trace. The flying snow sword was instantly destroyed and turned into snow fog. The terrifying force made it hard for the flying snow sword to reform. The sharpness of this sword was unparalleled. Its power was astonishing and nothing could block it. It was as though it could tear apart the void. From afar, Sword Monarch Flying Snow's expression changed. He was overwhelmed with shock. That sharpness made him feel as though his entire body was being torn apart. With a single sword, a gap was formed in the sword array of the Flying Snow Sword domain. Before the sword array could reform, Chernzong had already merged with his sword and stepped out from the gap. His body was agile and light like a feather, yet he was as fast as lightning. He took advantage of the situation and slashed towards Sword Monarch Flying Snow. The sword attendants of the Flying Snow Manor could not help but squint their eyes. They could not see Chernzong's figure at all. They could only see a dazzling sword light slicing through the sky. Flying Snow Sword. Avalanche. Sword Monarch Flying Snow had a solemn expression. He held tightly onto the newly formed Flying Snow Sword. The body of the sword seemed to have become extremely heavy. It was as though a snow mountain had been compressed. As the sword was dragged upwards, it brought along a shocking whistling sound. It rumbled as though the snow mountain was collapsing and destroying the world. Avalanche was weak at the start, but it would rapidly increase in strength and eventually engulf the world. This sword move was created by Sword Monarch Flying Snow after observing the snow mountain for 3 years. After that, he spent another 3 years perfecting it. Once it was executed, it would be like the snow mountain collapsing. It would turn into a huge wave and become stronger and stronger. This sword move, Avalanche, was a heavy sword move. When it was executed, the flying snow sword disappeared and was replaced by a rolling snow wave. A terrifying aura surged over Chernzong, almost suffocated. In front of him, it was as though a snow mountain was collapsing. Third sword move. This Sword Monarch Flying Snow had already comprehended his sword move to the third sword move. Hong! The sword light turned into a ball and engulfed Chernzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow. It brought along an extremely terrifying tension as it surged forward. Everywhere it passed, the ground would be split open by 3 chi. Another violent explosion sounded. The ball formed by the sword light exploded. Sword lights that were as thick as an arm shot out in all directions. They split up again and became even finer. Pu chi piu chi. The air within a radius of a few hundred meters was turned into a sieve. The ground was split open, leaving behind sword marks that were as thick as a finger. They were of different lengths, but they were all frightening. They emitted a frightening wave of sword chi. Chernzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow's swords clashed. Their eyes were extremely sharp. Frightening waves were constantly emitted from their bodies. After that, both of them smiled in unison, and the extremely terrifying and fierce auras on their bodies were restrained along with this. Sword lights flashed, and only 2 lively and lifelike sword flowers were left behind before both of their swords returned to their sheaths. Little friend Chen's sword technique is superb. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Sword Monarch Flying Snow laughed. He wasn't jealous at all. Sword Monarch, you praise me. Chernzong laughed as well. If not for Sword Monarch holding back, I would have already lost. Little friend, you must be joking. We are competing in sword technique, not cultivation. Sword Monarch Flying Snow said. Furthermore, I used my cultivation of the 5th sky for the last sword move. For the avalanche, Sword Monarch Flying Snow not only used the 3rd sword move, he also raised his cultivation to the early stage of the 5th sky of the mortal realm. With that, he was able to block Chernzong's sky-splitting sword. The sky-splitting sword wasn't a sword move of the will sword doctrine. It was a sword move of the heavenly sword doctrine. It was extremely powerful and frightening. Chunzong used the void sword force to activate it. He merged the sword intent, wind intent, and gold intent of the manifestation realm to reach the most powerful state he could perform. With that, he was able to break through the flying snow sword formation and force Sword Monarch Flying Snow to use the avalanche sword style. However, Chunzong knew that if Sword Monarch Flying Snow used his full strength, he wouldn't be a match for him. Although Sword Monarch Flying Snow only cultivated a mid-rank spiritual skill, his sword technique was extremely profound. With the seventh sky of the mortal realm's cultivation, coupled with the third sword move, it would only be more powerful. Little friend, if you don't mind, why don't you stay here for a few days so that we can have a sword discussion? Sword Monarch Flying Snow smiled. Since Sword Monarch has invited me, how would I dare to reject? This was also what Chunzong wanted. Sword Monarch Flying Snow was a senior in the Tao of the Sword. He had been in it for a longer time than Chunzong. The reason why Chunzong challenged him was because he wanted to learn from him and increase his understanding of the Tao of the Sword. Now that the battle was over, he had gained something. If he could have a sword discussion with Sword Monarch Flying Snow, his gains would be even greater. How could Chunzong refuse? Seeing that Chunzong agreed without hesitation, Sword Monarch Flying Snow was even happier. Chunzong was very young and could be considered as a junior in the Tao of the Sword. However, his talent and attainments in the Tao of the Sword were extremely profound. Compared to Sword Monarch Flying Snow, Sword Monarch Flying Snow wasn't much weaker. Thinking back, when Sword Monarch Flying Snow was about the same age as Chunzong, his attainments in the Tao of the Sword were many times weaker than Chunzong's. In the Great Thousand World there were countless living beings. Many people felt like old friends at first sight. But at this moment, Chunzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow felt like old friends after the battle. In the backyard of the Flying Snow Villa, there was a pavilion. The pavilion was beside a cliff. Looking down, one could see a sea of trees that stretched for miles. Outside the pavilion, there was wind and snow. The ground was covered in white and was wrapped in silver. Within the pavilion, there were two people sitting on the ground. They were Chunzong and Sword Monarch Flying Snow. Between the two of them, there was a snow-white round table that looked as if it was made of ice and snow. On top of the table, there was a heater with fine wine in it. As they drank the warm wine, they talked about the Tao of the Sword and interacted with each other. For 10 days, the two of them didn't move at all. However, their gains were huge. After 10 days, Chunzong stood up and bowed to Sword Monarch Flying Snow before bidding farewell. Taking a step, he walked down the mountain like a feather in the wind. The wind and snow whistled, covering the slight footprints left behind by Chunzong. It was as if he had never been here. Chapter 752. Kill them all. Kill all the men. Kill the older women too. I've already killed 15. Which one of you has killed more than me? I've killed 14. I'm about to surpass you. Kill, 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 kill. This girl is so pretty. I'm going to take her back. Shouts, hideous laughter, screams, begging for mercy, and cries of death all mixed together. The thick smell of blood permeated the air, filling the area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters and gradually drifting away. Gradually, the shouts and screams quieted down and were replaced by malicious threat. Let's go. Take this batch of goods and go back immediately. With this batch of goods, we can turn them in. I wonder what kind of reward we'll get when the time comes. Don't think too much. No matter how good the reward is, it'll be the fort masters who get it first. When it's distributed to us, it probably won't be much. A group of young and middle-aged men, exuding murderous auras, were talking while driving away more than 20 women between the ages of 10 and 30. Regardless of age, they were all good-looking. However, they had been reduced to prisoners and had witnessed the other villagers being wantonly slaughtered like pigs and dogs. They had long been scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, their lips were bloodless, and their eyes were filled with fear. They were like cattle and sheep that had lost their souls as they were driven forward. What a strong smell of blood! Chen Zong's nose twitched slightly, and he frowned slightly as he looked in the direction of the smell of blood. His eyes flashed. He could vaguely see that the air 10,000 meters ahead seemed to be filled with a layer of faint red mist. Without a doubt, that was the source of the smell of blood. Not long ago, a fierce battle must have taken place there. Chen Zong did not stop walking. He quickly walked forward. Then, his expression changed drastically. His eyes shone with horror, and a murderous intent uncontrollably emerged from his heart. It was not a battle. If it was a battle, it would be normal for both sides to kill each other and die. It would have nothing to do with him. But the scene in front of him was obviously a massacre, a one-sided massacre. Disemboweled, dirty water flowing all over the ground. Beheaded, eyes wide open and filled with fear. A white-haired old man was split in half. His eyes were filled with despair. A strong middle-aged man was cut in half. His eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness. A 3-year-old child's body was smashed into pieces. His innocent eyes were filled with confusion. He did not know that his young life had died here before he could experience the wonders of the world. Scene after scene jumped into Chen Zong's eyes. The red jade sword seemed to be able to sense Chen Zong's current state of mind. It couldn't help but tremble, emitting a faint sword hum. Traces of terrifying killing intent circled around its body, causing the temperature to plummet. What a ruthless thief! He won't even spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. A shout suddenly sounded like a clap of thunder. At the same time, a cold sword light broke through the air like a shooting star. It was fast, sharp, and light. It was full of killing intent. It would not stop until Chen Zong was dead. The sword light was swallowing. Before the sword arrived, it had already pierced through the air. The sharp chill attacked. Chen Zong's reaction was very fast. The moment the sword came, he had already seen it. The red jade sword was unsheathed. It turned into a red light and pierced through the sky. The sword shattered the star-like sword light, but Chen Zong did not take the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he shouted, "Hold on! Thief deserves to die." That person paid no attention to Chen Zong and attacked with his sword in hand once more. The sword split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and finally transformed into 64 sword light. Numerous sword lights tore through the sky like meteors, and it seemed as if a meteor shower was descending from the sky, and all of them shot towards Chen Zong. 64 sword lights, bright and stunning, contained a terrible killing intent. The man obviously thought Chen Zong was the murderer who killed the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Therefore, he attacked without mercy. Every sword was full of killing intent. He would not stop until he killed Chen Zong. Chen Zong understood this, but he would not stand still and let Chen Zong kill him. With a slight twist and shake of his wrist, the red jade sword followed an incomparably mysterious trajectory, shuttling back and forth between the gaps of the 64 flying flame meteor sword light. It was as nimble as a fish swimming in the water, or as agile as a dragon swimming in the wind and clouds of the ninth heaven. Since he could not communicate with him, he would defeat him with strength first. 64 streaks of sword light struck the ground and exploded, forming a large area. However, Chen Zong was nowhere to be seen. As the sword flashed, the long sword in the man's hand trembled. A terrible force shook the man's fingers, and the sword in his hand fell. At least 70% of a sword warrior's strength was on the sword. Without the sword, his strength would be reduced significantly. These people were not killed by me. Chen Zong stared at the man and said word by word. This person was a woman dressed in white. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she didn't look very old. She had a baby face, and her eyes were big and watery. Her sword was shot down. Her big eyes showed a trace of fear. When she heard Chen Zong's words, she quickly reacted. She picked up the sword and held it tightly. She stared at Chen Zong with full vigilance. She looked around with the corner of her eyes, and then her expression eased little by little. I just arrived and saw such a terrible scene. Do you know who did it? Chen Zong asked again. I'm not sure. I'm starting to investigate. The baby-faced woman spoke. Her voice was childish and clear. Nodding, Chen Zong did not speak again. Instead, he scanned the surroundings. His eyes flashed, and a sword mark appeared in his pupils. Scar sword pupil. Before he completely perfected the mind sword doctrine, the heavenly sword way and the dark feather way of the heavenly sword way were useful to him. The scar sword pupil could not only see through some illusions, but could also see even more subtle clues. Putting away his sword pupil, Chen Zong followed the traces and chased after them. The killing intent had been born. If he did not kill, his heart would not be at ease. Mind sword doctrine. Mind, it had to follow the heart. It was not to punish evil and promote good. It was not to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It was only to be at ease for his own Tao. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill. What are you doing? The baby-faced woman hurriedly asked. However, Chen Zong ignored her. They did not know each other, and Chen Zong did not intend to. Did you discover something? The baby-faced woman did not get angry. Instead, she used her movement technique to chase after him. She asked as she chased. Chen Zong still did not reply. He used the Xuanxin shape-shifting technique. His body fluttered in the wind, and his feet did not touch the ground. He shot forward like lightning, and gradually, he left the baby-faced woman behind. Wait for me. The baby-faced woman was more and more certain that Chen Zong had discovered something. She chased after him relentlessly. However, she was not as fast as Chen Zong. She could only watch as Chen Zong disappeared into the distance. She stomped her foot angrily. No, I have to chase after him. The baby-faced woman muttered to herself. She used her movement technique again and chased after Chen Zong. After half a year, Chen Zong had not only made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but also accumulated more experience in the mind sword principle. His Xuanxin shape-shifting technique was also constantly perfected. Now, he could use it much faster than before. It looked more mysterious. All the changes were based on his will. Gradually, Chen Zong heard the sound of conversation. It was intermittent. It was carried by the wind. It seemed that many people were talking. As he got closer, the conversation became clearer. Chen Zong's expression became colder and colder. When Chen Zong saw the people talking, a strong murderous intent poured out from his eyes like a cold current. There were a total of more than a dozen people, all of them young and middle-aged. Each of them wore black and red robes and carried long swords on their back. A terrifying murderous aura radiated from their bodies. They were sitting on the ground, resting and gnawing on dried meat. Next to them, there were more than 20 beautiful women who had their hands tied together. Even if they wanted to escape, they would be slowed down by the sheer number of people around them. However, these 20 or so women were all huddled together and shivering. They were just ordinary people. Even if they had cultivated, at most they would only be at the force refining realm. How could they be a match for this group of true martial realm and even pseudo-transcendent realm cultivators? Suddenly, an extremely cold aura spread out, causing the bodies of the dozen people who were chatting and eating jerky to tremble. One by one, they turned their heads to look, only to see a figure rapidly approaching. An icy aura was continuously being emitted from that figure's body. Who are you? The leading pseudo-transcendent realm middle-aged man quickly got up and stared at Chen Zong with a dignified expression. The one who killed you. Chen Zong was certain that the previous massacre was the work of these people. Seeing them, the murderous intent in his heart became even stronger. A strong uneasiness came from the depths of his heart, causing the 9-star middle-aged man's face to be filled with shock. His heart unconsciously began to beat wildly. "We are from Black Mountain Stronghold. Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" The middle-aged man reported their origins. Black Mountain Stronghold. Chen Zong had never heard of it before, nor did he know what kind of force it was. However, it seemed that they weren't anything good, just like bandits. That didn't matter, as long as he killed them. Chen Zong could see that these people's cultivations weren't high. None of them had reached the extreme mortal realm. To deal with such people, he naturally didn't need to draw his sword. Using his finger as a sword, Chen Zong thrust out. In the eyes of the dozen or so people, they saw an extremely sharp sword piercing through the air towards them. It didn't seem to be fast, and they could clearly see the trajectory of the sword. Even the outline of the tip of the sword could be seen clearly. The sharpness of the sword was constantly magnified in their eyes. Although they could see it clearly, they were shocked to find that their bodies couldn't move, as if they were imprisoned by an invisible force. They could only watch as the tip of the sword pierced through the air and stabbed towards them. In fact, it wasn't that their bodies were imprisoned, but that they simply couldn't react in time. The seemingly slow sword was actually as fast as a flash of light. Even if Chen Zong hadn't drawn his sword and had only used his finger as a sword to casually attack, using less than 10% of his strength, it was still not something a group of transcendent realm cultivators could contend with. One had to know that with Chen Zong's current strength, even 10% of his strength was enough to kill an ordinary first-layer mortal realm cultivator. Chapter 753. Double monthly votes. Come on, guys. You can't keep it until the new year. Looking at the pale and shivering women in front of him, Chen Zong had a headache. It was easy to kill them, but difficult to arrange. He couldn't take them with him. It was unrealistic. Besides, Chen Zong planned to eradicate the Black Mountain village to show his sincerity. The women shrank their bodies and didn't dare to look at Chen Zong for fear of being killed. They were all scared out of their wits. "It seems that I have to find a place to settle them down first," Chen Zong said secretly. But where should he find a place to settle them down? If they were in the Taiyuan continent, it would be easy to arrange. Chen Zong only needed to take out his identity token to send a message, and someone would come to help immediately. Everything would be taken care of, and Chen Zong wouldn't have to worry about anything. However, this was the Heavenly Mirror continent. The Taiyuan Heaven sect couldn't reach here. Moreover, even if the people of the Taiyuan Heaven sect rushed over, it would take a long time because of the long distance. Experts of the profound sky realm were indeed very fast, but they couldn't move for such a small matter. The 20 or so women were in a state of panic. They didn't know what would happen to them next. "I finally caught up with you." The baby-faced woman caught up, panting. She tried her best to catch up with Chen Zong. Seeing this baby-faced woman, Chen Zong had a flash of inspiration, and a smile hung on the corners of his mouth. "What's your name?" Chen Zong asked with a smile. "What's the matter?" The baby-faced woman stared at Chen Zong vigilantly. Chen Zong ignored her just now, but now he suddenly asked for her name. It was strange. The massacre just now was done by these people. Chen Zong didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he pointed to the bodies on the ground and said, "These women were kidnapped. I'm not familiar with this place, so I can't arrange a place for them." The baby-faced woman frowned and looked at the women. She couldn't bear to see them like this. After thinking for a while, she said, "I can arrange a place for them. I'll leave it to you then," Chen Zong said immediately. He was not good at dealing with this kind of logistics. It would be great if someone could take over. As for other things, Chen Zong was not worried. According to his observation, this woman was sympathetic and had a sense of justice. Where are you going? The baby-faced woman immediately asked. Black Mountain Stockade. Chernzong did not avoid the topic. Black Mountain Stockade. The woman's face suddenly changed, and her eyes, which were originally very big, became even bigger. Do you know where the Black Mountain Stockade is? Tell me. Chernzong indeed did not know, but this woman seemed to know. The Black Mountain Stronghold is a rising power in recent years. The 9 stronghold leaders are all extreme mortal realm warriors. They are ruthless and have a notorious reputation. If you go, it will be difficult for you to survive, the baby-faced woman said. Her words were so straightforward that it made people's teeth hurt. 9 extreme mortal realms. Chernzong acted as if he did not hear the woman's last words. He pondered for a while. What's the highest level of cultivation? I heard it's the 8th level, the baby-faced woman said. The 8th level. Chernzong was silent for a while and started to think. The 8th level of the extreme mortal realm was not weak at all. If the cultivation method was good, it could only be stronger. But, could this stop Chernzong's murderous intent? It could not. In which direction is the Black Mountain Stockade? Chernzong's eyes became more determined. Over there. The woman pointed and was immediately shocked. Could it be that I'll leave these people to you. Chernzong followed the direction the woman pointed, and used the mysterious heart change, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh no, if I go like this, I'll definitely be killed. The woman stamped her foot anxiously. She immediately took out a token and quickly sent a message, asking for someone to come and wait. Then, she sent a message to someone else. Against the wind, Chernzong's speed was incomparably fast, and he swept across the sky like lightning. Although they couldn't fly in the air like sky-profound realm experts, they could still easily run a few feet above the ground. Far away, they only needed to lightly tap the ground with the tip of their feet, and they could once again fly a great distance forward. Half a day later, Chernzong saw a mountain that was completely black. It was the so-called Black Mountain. The Black Mountain Stockade was on top of the Black Mountain. The mountain was more than 2,000 meters high, and the mountain was rugged. There was no vegetation on the mountain, only pieces of large and small black stones. This was a stone mountain. Chernzong's eyes shone brightly, and with his amazing perception, he could vaguely feel that the stones of the Black Mountain were emitting traces of coldness. There was a winding path that extended from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top. Glancing around, Chernzong saw that there were 2 true martial realm warriors guarding the path at the foot of the mountain. 100 meters up, there were 2 more true martial realm warriors guarding the path. Almost every 100 meters, there were 2 true martial realm warriors guarding the path. It could be said that the security was tight. Chernzong did not hide anything, and just walked up the path in big strides. Stop. The 2 true martial realm warriors at the foot of the mountain immediately stood up straight. They stared at Chernzong with cold eyes, and their terrifying aura locked onto him. Who are you? What are you doing here? To kill. Chernzong smiled slightly, but his eyes were filled with a frightening coldness. With one step, Chernzong's speed was so fast that the 2 true martial realm warriors could not react. His figure had already swept past them, and he quickly went up the path. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, Chernzong had climbed 1,000 meters. At the foot of the mountain, the 2 true martial realm warriors who stood still like statues fell to the ground. A bright red color appeared between their eyebrows. Then, the 2 guards 100 meters up also fell to the ground, and the 2 guards 200 meters up also fell to the ground. In just a few breaths of time, dozens of true martial realm warriors did not even have time to make a sound before they were all killed by Chernzong. The gate of Black Mountain Stronghold was completely black. It looked like it was made of wood and stone, but it was also not stone. The carvings on the gate were like ghost faces, giving it a gloomy and terrifying appearance. There were also 2 guards at the gate, but they were both 7-star pseudo-transcendent. But they still did not have time to make a sound before they were killed by Chen Zong. His figure lightly floated into the Black Mountain stronghold and did not cause any commotion. The Black Mountain stronghold leaders probably did not expect that someone would come to their door alone with only a sword. When someone entered his sight, Chen Zong killed them. Only the 9 leaders of Black Mountain stronghold were extreme mortal realm masters. The rest of the members were all below the Transcendence realm, consisting of true martial realm and pseudo-transcendent. In terms of power level, this Black Mountain stronghold was a low-grade sect. For example, the Unhindered Sword sect was much stronger. Chen Zong did not deliberately conceal himself, nor did he deliberately reveal himself. He continued to kill, and under the absolute difference in cultivation and strength, no one could make a sound. Come! Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded, like a gust of cold wind blowing through the entire stronghold. But no one responded. Where the hell did they all go? After 3 breaths of time, the gloomy voice sounded again, carrying with it a terrifying anger and murderous intent. Following the direction of the voice, Chen Zong's figure flew like a feather in the wind. In Black Mountain Stronghold, there were 9 houses made of black hardwood mixed with black stone. Among them, there were 9 largest houses, which should be the residences of the 9 leaders. The gloomy voice came from one of them. Pushing the door open, Chen Zong strode in. Where the hell did they go just now? The other party thought he was a member of the stronghold, and a terrifying aura swept out, like the cold air of hell, filled with anger. To send some people on their way. Chen Zong replied unhurriedly. Who are you? The person immediately sensed something was wrong, and at the same time, struck out with a hand. It was like a gloomy snake slithering in the grass, sinister, mysterious, and cold. 3rd LV of the extreme mortal stage. With such cultivation and aura fluctuations, he could not be strong enough to be his opponent, but Chen Zong did not underestimate him. Who knew if he had any special tricks up his sleeve? He had to end this quickly, and there were still 8 leaders to kill. In an instant, a blazing red light lit up the darkness, and dispersed the mysterious cold air. A sword pierced through the air. The sword was fast, like a rainbow piercing through the sky. When the light dissipated, the red jade sword had already returned to its scabbard. Chen Zong grabbed the mustard seed bag, and without looking at it, put it into his virtual ring. At the moment of the leader's death, an extremely cold voice sounded from inside Black Mountain, and it quickly quieted down. However, as soon as Chen Zong stepped out of the house, 7 tyrannical auras swept over from different directions, locking onto Chen Zong one after another. Every aura carried a sinister chill, and every aura was extremely powerful. They were not inferior to the extreme mortal realm 3rd layer, or even stronger. Chen Zong knew that he had been discovered, but he did not intend to hide from the beginning. If he was discovered, then so be it. It was just a battle. Thinking of this, Chen Zong's sharp aura suddenly spread out and shot up into the sky, as if it could shatter the clouds and nothing could stop it. The red jade sword in its scabbard also trembled, as if it was about to leave the scabbard and kill the enemy. How dare you come to my Black Mountain stronghold? You must be tired of living. He even killed the 9th brother. I will skin him alive. A similarly dark and cold voice that was accompanied by a shocking murderous intent was transmitted over. Immediately, 7 black figures appeared around Chen Zong, forming a circle that surrounded Chen Zong. The terrifying aura locked onto Chen Zong and kept attacking. The sinister chill made Chen Zong feel as if he had fallen into the abyss of hell, and his vision became dark. And this quickly. The red jade sword left its scabbard, and turned into 7 blazing red lights. With a shocking sharpness, it pierced through the air, and slashed towards the 7 leaders. Among these 7 people, the lowest was at the extreme mortal realm 3rd layer, and the highest was at the extreme mortal realm 7th layer. Kill! The 7 of them shouted and attacked together. Vaguely, their auras seemed to merge into one, and they actually blocked Chen Zong's attack. It was nothing for Extreme Mortal Realm 7th or 6th layer to block this attack, but for Extreme Mortal Realm 3rd layer to block this attack, it made Chen Zong very surprised. Without hesitation, Chen Zong used the mysterious heart change. His body shook, and he disappeared under the attacks of the 7 people like smoke. Sword will basic movement. The sword slashed through, and there was no way to dodge or defend. Another Extreme Mortal Realm 3rd layer was killed, and there were only 6 left. Een Demon Hand. Een Demon Claw. Een Demon Triple Shock. Een Demon Killing Finger. Chapter 754. The atmosphere was gloomy and ghostly. Chen Zong's figure was swallowed up. Every move was terrifying, giving Chen Zong an extremely evil feeling. Sword intent basic style. Another strike, another peak Extreme Mortal Stage 3rd level was killed. There were 5 left, the weakest of which was Extreme Mortal Stage 4th level. However, as soon as they fought, Chen Zong knew that the cultivation method they practiced was only a middle-grade spiritual art. The purity of the spiritual power they cultivated was limited. It was just a bit colder than the average middle-grade spiritual art, which made it more difficult to deal with, but that was all. Another one had died, and now there were 4 left. They tried their best, but they couldn't hit Chen Zong. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of Chen Zong's figure. Under Chen Zong's continuous refinement, the profound heart transformation was becoming more and more mysterious. Sword intent questioning the heart. Another strike, this one stronger, directed at the heart. The 4 peak mortal stage masters felt their minds tremble, as if they were in a trance. A battle between strong cultivators only lasted for a single breath. A moment of trance was enough to determine life and death. The Extreme Mortal Stage 7th level was the most powerful and was the first to regain consciousness. Soon after, the Extreme Mortal Stage 6th level also regained consciousness. However, the Extreme Mortal Stage 5th level and 4th level 5th level Mortal Stage 5th level and 4th level Mortal Stage 5th level Mortal Stage 5th level and 4th level Mortal Stage 3rd 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 level. Only 2 were left. From the moment the 7 of them joined forces until now, it had only been 10 breaths of time. 5 of them had been killed in an instant. The remaining 2 fort masters were extremely shocked. The aura Chen Zong released was clearly that of an early Extreme Mortal Stage 4th level. How could he be so strong and be able to kill people who were so many levels above him? They didn't have time to think carefully. The red sword light covered the sky and covered the earth, flooding everything like a tidal wave, drowning the 2 men. The Extreme Mortal Stage 7th level had a high cultivation level. His spiritual energy was cold, and his martial arts were strong. He could withstand Chen Zong's full power attack, but the Extreme Mortal Stage 6th level was under great pressure. He felt his entire body being cut up, and under the void sword energy's shocking sharpness and penetrating power, he felt waves of intense pain, as if he was being cut into pieces. Fighting 1 against 2, he was still able to gain the upper hand. Firstly, this Extreme Man Stage 7 was not as strong as Sword Monarch Flying Snow. The difference was obvious. After all, their cultivation levels were the same, but Sword Monarch Flying Snow's sword techniques were extremely terrifying, allowing him to fight across realms. Secondly, after fighting with Sword Monarch Flying Snow for 10 days, Chen Zong had gained some benefits in the Tao of the sword, and his strength had increased. Heart intent sword questioning the heart. Another sword attack was launched. The sword light was illusory, and it was faintly discernible as it shuttled through the air. Poochie, the sound was very soft, like a speck of dust floating in the air. But when it fell into the ears of the Extreme Man stage cultivator, it was like thunder, and death was upon him. With a single slash, Chen Zong's figure brushed past his opponent. Once again, he charged towards the last 7th-level human realm warrior. Sword after sword slashed out, and each sword had an incomparably tyrannical power condensed. The sword momentum of the second limit followed, as if it was accompanied by the wind and clouds. Chop chop chop. The aftermath of the terrifying power surged, and the houses collapsed into ruins. Countless cracks and holes appeared on the ground, and dust flew up into the air. The demon hand was continuously launched, and streaks of black palm prints carrying a chilly wind blasted towards Chen Zong from all directions. But streaks of sword light flashed in the air, emitting a dazzling light, and shattered the black chilly palm prints one after another. The moment the palm prints were shattered, streaks of chilly black chi rushed out, silently causing the already damaged ground to become even more damaged. After all, he was still a Extreme Man Stage 7. Even if Chen Zong could suppress him, it would not be that easy to kill him. Heart intent sword questioning the heart. With one slash, the opponent was slightly dazed, but quickly regained his senses. There was a sword mark on his body, and blood was dripping from it. He quickly retreated, not daring to fight Chen Zong again. Chen Zong stood his ground, his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, his left palm supporting the head of the sword. As he gently rubbed it, the sword vibrated at a high speed, emitting a series of ear-piercing buzzing sounds. The space around the edge of the blade seemed to be cut open, revealing a faint black color. The Heavenly Sword. Space Splitter. This was not a sword move of the Heart Sword way, but a sword move of the Heavenly Sword way. But it was also the most tyrannical sword move Chen Zong could use now. Space Splitter. Back then, the Heavenly Sword Jiandi could split the sky with this sword move. It was truly splitting the sky, and it was only a hair's breadth away from the Sky Emperors breaking through the sky. No one in the world could block such a sword move. And with Chen Zong's current cultivation and realm, he could only display a small part of the essence of this sword move, and only a small part of its power. Even so, it was still very frightening. Slash. The red jade sword pushed and slashed, tearing the sky apart, and slashing towards the 7th-tier Extreme Man. A flash of red light, vibrating at a high speed, seemed to have transcended time and space, and arrived in an instant. A light sound like cloth being torn apart rang out. There was no way to dodge and no way to block it. The sky-splitting sword originally used high-frequency vibrations to push the sword's sharpness to the extreme, surpassing the limit and cutting through everything. With one slash, the 7th-tier Extreme Man was also cut open from the back. The terrifying sword chi killed all life, and he died immediately. Seeing his opponent dead, Chen Zong let out a sigh of relief. Even with his current cultivation and realm, using the sky-splitting sword still took a lot of effort. That high-frequency vibration caused his muscles and bones to go numb, and his chi and blood to churn. In a short period of time, he would not be able to use it a second time. With a wave of his hand, the 7 mustard seed bags fell into his hand, and he kept them in his virtual ring. But Chen Zong did not leave, because there were 9 chieftains in the Black Mountain stronghold. Now, only 8 of them were dead. There was one left, and it was the head chieftain, who had the highest cultivation. 8th-tier Extreme Man. Chen Zong did not know where this person was. Although the battle did not last long, the aura was strong and destructive. If the head chieftain was here, he should have sensed it. Chen Zong spread out his spiritual sense, and like an invisible storm, it instantly covered a radius of more than 10,000 meters. Everything within the range appeared clearly in his mind, and nothing was missed. If he could not find it, then he would continue to search. After 3 breaths, Chen Zong felt a chill down his spine, and his hair stood on end. He instantly turned around, and his sword pierced through the air, but it missed. "You're looking for me, right?" With a faint sigh, Yin Qi silently lingered around, making Chen Zong feel goosebumps all over his body, and his heart was filled with horror. Immediately, a palm that looked like it was made of black jade and condensed a shocking Yin Qi. It passed through the air and slapped Chen Zong's back, and the momentum was so subtle that it was hard to detect. Chen Zong's spiritual sense was outstanding, and his perception was extremely sharp. He reacted instantly, and once again slashed out with his sword. Heart intent sword questions the heart. The long sword trembled, and a terrifying Yin Qi passed through the body of the sword and rushed to his palm, then quickly spread to his arm and engulfed his entire body. His pure Yang Qi and blood vibrated, and the formless sword energy surged violently, destroying the Yin Qi that had just invaded his body. Even so, Chen Zong still felt a terrifying chill, as if he was about to be frozen. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Chen Zong took 3 steps in a row, each step leaving a deep and clear footprint on the ground. There was also a layer of white frost, which was the result of Chen Zong shattering the Yin energy that had invaded his body and guiding it out, reflecting on the ground. Chen Zong's face was solemn, and his eyes were sharp as a sword as he stared at the person who had suddenly attacked him. It was a man in a black robe. His entire body was covered in a black robe, and his face could not be seen. He looked very mysterious, and he was constantly emitting waves of Yin Qi. "You're very strong." The man opened his mouth. His voice was soft and sharp, which made Chen Zong feel uncomfortable. "You're only at the 4th tier of the mortal realm, but you can kill a 7th tier of the mortal realm. You took my palm, so you must be a disciple of some big power." Chen Zong did not respond, but stared at the man, trying to find some clues. "Your spiritual energy waves are very pure, so you must have received an ultimate inheritance." The man in the black robe spoke again, as if he was talking to himself. "You're the head chieftain of the Black Mountain Stronghold?" Chen Zong suddenly asked. "Head chieftain?" The man in the black robe paused for a moment, then smiled. "You can call me that if you want." It sounded like 2 people were just chatting, but Chen Zong felt a dark and evil aura from the man. This aura made him feel very uncomfortable. "You're very talented and your strength is not bad. Join the Black Mountain Stronghold, and I can make you the 2nd chieftain." The man in the black robe spoke again. He was actually trying to recruit Chen Zong. "Normally, I only go into seclusion to train, so you'll be in charge of everything in the stronghold." It sounded very good, with only one person above all, but unfortunately, it was not attractive to Chen Zong at all. "I just killed 8 fort masters." Chen Zong smiled faintly. "They were just 8 pieces of trash, so what if I killed them?" The head chieftain laughed evilly. He did not care at all, as if the 8 chieftains that he killed were just 8 ants. This made Chen Zong's heart turn cold. "You'll end up the same," Chen Zong said. His heart was not swayed by the man's words. "You really want to kill me?" The head chieftain's tone seemed to be a little surprised. "Why? To promote so-called justice? I'm killing you all because I want to use the sword of following my heart. That's all," Chen Zong answered seriously. "Sword of following my heart." Chen Zong's answer surprised the bandit chief once more. He thought that Chen Zong had killed his way here because of his righteous heart. He wanted to promote justice and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. He never expected such an answer. This made the head chieftain more interested. However, the bandit chief also understood that it was impossible to recruit the other party. This kind of God's favored one had a very high inheritance and enjoyed a lot of resources. His will was also very firm. Since he wanted to use the sword of following my heart, the head chieftain's offer would not tempt him at all. The head chieftain changed his mind and said again, The other 8 chieftains have always been in charge of the Black Mountain stronghold. What they decided was not my decision. Now that they are dead, I don't want to cause more trouble. Let's drop it. You can go." It was Chen Zong's turn to be surprised. Chapter 755. Brothers, regarding the building of the building, some of our brothers have been muted and deleted. Because the management doesn't know who they are, the 6th Dao could only ask the editor, but the editor is on vacation and hasn't replied yet. The 6th Dao speculates that the muted comments are probably because they are too frequent and don't have much content. The deleted comments are probably because the management thinks they are making trouble. But no matter what, the 6th Dao has seen and remembered everyone's support. The 6th Dao will find another time to show his gratitude. The chilly wind blew, and the air was filled with coldness, as if the most insidious snake was lurking, staring at its prey and waiting for an opportunity to strike. This feeling made Chen Zong very uncomfortable. The other party's attitude surprised Chen Zong, and at the same time, made him more vigilant. All the signs indicated that the black-robed chief was the true master of the Black Mountain stronghold. As for the other 8 stronghold chiefs, regardless of cultivation or strength, they were inferior to the chief. Their status was far inferior to the chief. As for what the head chief said, that everything was done by the other 8 chiefs, Chen Zong didn't believe it. Even if it was true, the head chief must have known about it, but he didn't stop it. He must be an accomplice, or maybe it was the head chief's idea. In short, if he didn't kill, his heart wouldn't be satisfied, and his sword wouldn't be straight. With this thought, Chen Zong's heart became more determined. Even if thousands of disasters hit him, he wouldn't be shaken. His eyes became brighter, and a sharp light shot out from his pupils. What a pity! Seeing Chen Zong's eyes, the head chief shook his head slightly and said regretfully. Immediately, a terrifying murderous intent gushed out from his body, as if it came from hell. It was as if an evil spirit was coming for his life. The murderous intent seemed to have condensed into a substance, and turned into wisps of black color, which surrounded his body and emitted a terrifying wave of coldness. In an instant, the head chief seemed to have turned into an evil spirit. The extremely cold murderous intent mixed with the murderous intent quickly spread out, covering a radius of 100 meters, including Chen Zong. The more people or beasts they killed, the more intense the murderous aura they accumulated. It was as if the murderous aura had materialized. It was unknown how much blood they had stained their hands. This kind of murderous aura mixed with baleful aura was incomparably gloomy and cold to the extreme. It was even more terrifying, causing one's heart to turn cold. Chen Zong was enveloped. He could only feel the boundless murderous aura and incomparably cold aura constantly invading his body. It was as if his entire body was going to be frozen, and even his spiritual will was about to be frozen. Trembling uncontrollably, Chen Zong pushed his pure yang qi to the extreme. His skin gradually turned red, and waves of heat spread out from his body, like a burning furnace that could burn everything. Under the influence of the pure yang blood qi, the temperature could easily melt refined steel. However, it could only barely resist the invasion of this terrifying cold yin energy. As the illusory sword energy surged, it mixed with the pure yang blood qi and crushed the cold yin energy that invaded his body bit by bit. However, the cold yin energy that emerged from his opponent's body was getting denser and denser. If this continued, Chen Zong did not know if he could withstand it. He had to use his sword. With a thought, the sword moved as well. The shocking sharpness and heat sliced apart the cold yin energy, turning it into a terrifying sword light that could melt gold and iron. The sound made one's scalp go numb. This sword qi, which was enough to threaten a normal extreme mortal stage 6 stage warrior, was easily crushed by the opponent. Kill! Kill! Sword after sword slashed out. Every sword was incomparably scorching, carrying the true intent of fire. The scorching heat was terrifying enough to incinerate everything. However, they were all shattered by the opponent's sword. With a wave of his black sleeves, a gust of cold wind that could be seen with the naked eye appeared, turning into a cyclone that swept across the area. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the cyclone came from all directions. The heaven and earth spiritual chi was constantly being absorbed into the cold cyclone, causing it to become more condensed and stronger. Darkness spread out, as if it could devour everything and turn everything into dust. The sword struck out like a rainbow. Break, break. Demon hand. From within the sleeves of his robe, a palm that seemed to be forged from black jade slammed down from the sky. It was as if a black mountain was pressing down on the earth. A terrifying pressure abruptly landed on Chen Zong, bringing with it a shocking baleful aura, causing Chen Zong's expression to change abruptly. Mystic heart change. Everlasting heart change. Chen Zong's body seemed to have been forcefully twisted by a mysterious force, like smoke being torn apart by a strong wind. At the same time, the demon hand struck down from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground shook. Chen Zong's body collapsed, and a huge black palm print sank deep into the ground. In the next moment, numerous figures were stretched out by a mysterious power and appeared around the bandit chief. Every single one of them held a scorching red sword, and they all attacked with their swords. I thought you were a god's favored one, and your future was limitless, so I wanted to train you. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you. In that case, I can only destroy you. Ignoring the layers of illusion attacks, the black-robed man sighed softly, but his hands didn't stop at all. He opened and shook, and his sleeves rolled like waves, creating a loud crashing sound, like the rising and falling of the tide. Waves of Yin-Chi roared like dragons and snakes. Countless Yin-Chi mixed with a terrifying evil Chi surrounded the area, and the heaven and earth spiritual Chi within a radius of 10,000 meters surged. Python killing frenzy. In an instant, the bandit chief's arms seemed to have turned into dark pythons. They swept out and shattered the illusions. Then, the pythons opened their mouths and spat out cold, baleful Chi as they bit down on Chen Zong's true body. Retreat. In an instant, the two pythons were hundreds of meters away, but they seemed to be stretching out and chasing after him. Houses collapsed and shattered, and dust flew everywhere. Chen Zong waved his sword, and in an instant hundreds of swords turned into a majestic red sword light. It was like a falling pillar, and it blasted towards the two giant pythons. But even such a powerful sword light couldn't do anything to the pythons. It was shattered by the pythons, and turned into a sky full of red light, as bright as the stars. 8th tier extreme mortal realm. His cultivation is much higher than mine. His cultivation method is at least of the upper level, and his spiritual chi is even purer and stronger. His martial arts attainments are superb, and his power is overwhelming. The thought flashed through his mind. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't have the upper hand. If his opponent had only trained in a mid-level spiritual art, then perhaps he could still put up a fight. However, the difference between a mid-level spiritual art and a high-level spiritual art was rather obvious. Most importantly, his cultivation level was only at the early stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm, while his opponent was at the 8th level of the mortal realm. Let me try out the secret of the heavenly sword path. Muttering to himself, Chen Zong paused, and the red jade sword returned to its scabbard. As he closed his eyes, an intense light shot out, and it was as if the sword mark was reflected in his pupils. Lu Hen's sword pupil. This was the prerequisite to using a secret technique. Secret technique. Sword aura convergence. Under Lu Hen's sword pupil, the aura in the air became clear. It was the aura of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the tracks of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. As Chen Zong's hands formed the sword seal, the spiritual chi that was clearly visible under Lu Hen's sword pupil flowed towards Chen Zong from all directions, like rivers flowing back to the stream. As the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged towards Chen Zong's body, it was affected by the sword seal formed by his hands. It was as if a sword had been sharpened, and it became extremely sharp, and pierced into Chen Zong's body like a sharp sword. It was no different from a long sword piercing into his body. Waves of pain spread throughout his body, but Chen Zong had to bear it. He did not make a sound, and he did not even frown. Along with the pain of the sharp sword piercing into his body, a majestic, overbearing, and sharp force suddenly exploded in his body, attacking Chen Zong's body, as if it wanted to tear Chen Zong's body apart. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled in his body. Chen Zong only felt that his body was constantly being filled and expanding, and he had become a giant standing between the heavens and the earth. But in fact, Chen Zong's body did not change at all. It was just that a terrifying aura was surging madly from his body, attacking the surroundings, and cutting the ground inch by inch, leaving countless shocking and chaotic sword marks. This change was very fast. Fearing that something unexpected would happen, the head chieftain rode the Yin python to attack. The python opened its mouth and bit towards Chen Zong, intending to swallow Chen Zong in one bite. However, the closer the Yin python got to Chen Zong, the slower it became under the impact of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. 3 breaths. All the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 30,000 meters had been transformed into pure sword chi, and all of it was absorbed into Chen Zong's body. In an instant, Chen Zong had absorbed so much spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He felt as if his body was about to explode. As he breathed, he felt that the chi that came out was about to cut his nasal cavity. He stared at the 2 Yin pythons, and under the Lu Hen sword pupil, he saw that the 2 Yin pythons were covered with black lines. It was the countless black lines that made up the Yin pythons. Break! A low roar, but it was as if it came from his mouth, but it also seemed to come from his body. The red jade sword was unsheathed again. Terrifying sword chi surged out from Chen Zong's body. It was majestic and overbearing. It swallowed the red jade sword, and then it stabbed out. This sword stabbed heavily into the head of one of the Yin pythons, hitting the intersection of 4 black lines. Suddenly, the Yin python trembled, and the black lines twisted, showing signs of collapse. Seeing this, Chen Zong attacked again. The red jade sword pierced through the air, and in an instant, hundreds of swords stabbed at the intersection of the 2 Yin pythons' black lines. The 2 Yin pythons trembled violently, and from the place where the red jade sword pierced, they began to disintegrate, turning into black smoke and spreading out. However, the black smoke did not disperse completely. It was as if it was restricted to a certain area by an invisible force, and it tumbled about rapidly. As the bandit chief struck out with his palm, a pure black palm formed by Yin Chi shot out from the black smoke. The giant black palm, with a flip of its hand, was dark, mysterious, and overbearing, as if the boundless hell had descended. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with sword marks. They were cold and indifferent, as if he could see through everything. The red jade sword pierced through the air again. Sword will basic style. Under the sword chi convergence, endless power filled Chen Zong's body, and as the red jade sword danced, it was terrifying. Every time the sword chi surged, Chen Zong felt a tearing pain all over his body. It was the basic style, but he felt that it was difficult to control. The power was too strong. The giant black hand, which looked like the boundless hell, stopped in midair. The center of the palm was pierced, and the cracks quickly spread out, like a spider's web. After destroying the black hand, Chen Zong endured the pain of his body being torn apart, and attacked again. The sword pierced through the air, and in a flash, it was in front of the head chief. The terrifying pressure of the sword tore apart the head chief's black robe, revealing a pale and feminine face. His eyes were dark and mysterious, and there was still a trace of shock on his face. Chapter 756. Red light filled the sky. The sword chi was so violent that it roared like a hurricane, trying to kill everything. In the storm of sword chi, Chen Zong approached head chieftain with his sword like a red thunderbolt. He raised his sword to kill him. Under the secret method of sword chi convergence, a large amount of powerful sword chi gathered in his body and was in urgent need of release. Chen Zong could use his sword regardless of the cost. Sword. 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 There was nothing else in his mind. He could only use his sword. Majestic, violent, domineering, and sharp. All of these were vividly expressed by the sword. His body was cut by the sword chi. Waves of tearing pain swept through his body. The more pain he felt, the more intense Chen Zong's sword was because it made him feel better. He was alternating between pain and pleasure. Terrifying sword chi surged in all directions. Under the sword chi's attack, the already collapsed house became even more shattered, as if it was turned into powder. Head chieftain's pale face was full of seriousness. At this moment, Chen Zong could tell at a glance that he was not in the right state. It was very scary. The strength he displayed was far more powerful than usual. Countless sword chi came at him violently. Head chieftain had to use all his strength to resist. In the storm of sword chi, Chen Zong made the starting gesture of the sky-splitting sword style again. He tried his best to pour all the violent sword chi into the long sword in his hand. The red jade sword trembled as if it could not bear the injection of such a powerful force. The sword vibrated faster than usual. Chen Zong felt that the sword was about to fly out of his hand. Sky-splitting. He struck out with his sword with all his strength and didn't hold back in the slightest, causing the violent sword chi that surged endlessly within his body to be completely exhausted. Cut. A beam of red sword light, extremely sharp, cut the storm of sword chi. It also seemed to cut the world in front of it. It tore the sky with extreme sharpness, leaving a faint black mark. The moment the sword was out, it was already in front of head chieftain. It was too fast to dodge. Head chieftain could only raise his hands. Black light spread out, making his hands look like they were made of black jade. They emitted a shocking chill, freezing the surrounding air and turning it white. He reached out with both hands, trying to catch Chen Zong's sword. The moment his hand grabbed the sword, the bandit chief's expression changed drastically. He was shocked, but it was already too late for him to react. The terrifying space-splitting sword originally had an extremely shocking power, and it couldn't be used easily. Not to mention, it was under the infusion of such a violent and majestic sword chi. Its power had increased by an unknown amount. His hands, which were made of black jade, were unable to block the terrifying power of this sword. They were blasted away by the high-speed vibrations. Wherever the sword went, nothing could stop it. Chop! The red jade sword pierced through the bandit chief's chest and came out from his back. The terrifying sword chi twisted and tore apart the bandit chief's final counterattack. However, the head bandit chief's deep eyes were very strange. They seemed to be filled with pity, mockery, and disgust. With a boom, the bandit chief's body exploded under the attack of thousands of sword chi. The shocking impact made Chen Zong retreat continuously. In the end, he sat down on the ruined ground, panting heavily. The sword chi coalesced into one ended, and the majestic sword chi that filled his body also dissipated. However, Chen Zong felt as if he was about to fall apart. His muscles were sore and weak, and waves of tearing pain still reverberated throughout his body. He couldn't summon any strength, and his head was a little dizzy. His eyes were sore and painful, as if they had been pricked by needles. This was the after-effect. Chen Zong reluctantly took out an elixir and swallowed it. The elixir's power spread out, and a cold feeling swept through his body. It eased the tearing pain all over his body, and then slowly disappeared. The sword chi coalesced into one secret technique is still too strong for me. Without a strong enough physique, it's difficult to bear the terrifying impact of its power, Chen Zong thought to himself as he recovered. Some secret techniques had special requirements. For example, the sword chi coalesced into one secret technique was very powerful, but it required a strong enough physique to bear it. Otherwise, not only would it not be able to exert its full power, but it would also damage the body and leave behind serious injuries. Unfortunately, whether it was the heavenly sword way or the dark feather way, there was no body tempering technique. In the vast Tai Yuan Heaven sect, there was no transcendent level body tempering technique. The body tempering technique belonged to the ancient cultivation way, and it was gradually lost with the passage of time. The heavenly sword Jiendi had a fortuitous encounter that made his physique very strong. That was why he could bear the power of the sword chi coalesced into one secret technique. Unfortunately, that fortuitous encounter was not a body tempering technique. I still have a long way to go, Chen Zong thought to himself. When he got up, the pain was alleviated a lot. It seemed that it would be completely gone in a while. The strength in his body was also recovering rapidly, but the recovery of his consumed spiritual sense was not so fast. After all, there was no suitable cultivation method for cultivating spiritual sense. However, this battle had also brought Chen Zong a lot of benefit. After some time, he would definitely make progress. The Black Mountain stronghold had been eliminated, and Chen Zong's murderous intent had been vented. He felt refreshed. After his body, strength, and spiritual sense had mostly recovered, Chen Zong put away the mustard seed bag of the head chieftain. However, he was not in a hurry to inquire about it. Instead, he walked out of the stronghold. The Black Mountain stronghold had been eliminated, so there was no point in staying. Demon. Soul-devouring, the gloomy and cold voice was faint, as if it came from the abyss of hell. It was faintly discernible and intermittent, like the chanting of demons. Chen Zong only felt that his mind was in a trance. Everything in front of him was distorted in an instant. It was as if the sun had set in the west, and dusk had come, and then it was instantly dark. He could not see his own fingers. The strong trance made Chen Zong's consciousness sink continuously, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He could not hear or see anything, and only felt that the world was spinning. What a pure and powerful spiritual sense! What a perfect body! I originally planned to find another servant after the death of one, but I didn't expect to meet such a perfect body. This is the Devil Lord's favor. As long as I occupy this body, I can not only be resurrected, but also practice to a higher realm. Strange and shrill laughter sounded in Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. The black gas filled the air and condensed into a ghost. The ghost's face could not be seen. There was only a pair of green eyes, which were eerie and cold. Immediately, along with the shrill laughter, the ghost exploded with a bang and turned into endless black smoke, which quickly spread out like rolling waves. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. Chen Zong's consciousness had already fallen into a strange state. He did not know the changes in his sea of consciousness at all. Falling continuously into the abyss. The abyss was bottomless, and he did not know when he would fall to the bottom. Chen Zong wanted to struggle, but found that his resistance was very weak. As the black smoke filled the air, it began to erode Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. Chen Zong's sea of consciousness was gradually dyed with a touch of black. It was so dark that it was dark and deep, and it constantly emitted a gloomy and cold aura. The shrill laughter became more and more obvious. It was complacent because soon, it would completely erode Chen Zong's sea of consciousness. At that time, it would be able to completely occupy this body, and make it his own. With such a body, its potential was astonishing. Not only could it cultivate to a higher realm, but it could also use this identity to infiltrate the enemy, gather information, and cause destruction. It would be convenient for the ancient demon hall to rise again. The more it thought about it, the more it felt good. The ancient demon hall would rise again, release the demon lord from the seal, and lead the ancient demon hall to the Blue Waves continent. At that time, it would be even stronger than before, suppress and slaughter all the enemies, and unify the Blue Waves continent. Suddenly, the heart sword seal that was almost covered by darkness trembled slightly. A silver divine radiance flashed, and a mighty power shook the world. It was abundant and irresistible, and it directly expelled the darkness. The silver divine radiance shone brightly, and the heart sword seal rose into the sky like a blazing sun, illuminating all things and dispelling the darkness. What is this? Why is there such a thing in your sea of consciousness? There were screams, panic, and fear. Stop. Stop, however, the heart sword seal wouldn't listen to him. In fact, even Chunzong couldn't control the heart sword seal. The silver divine radiance became increasingly resplendent and powerful. It occupied half of the sea of consciousness, illuminating it with divine radiance. It was as if it was a divine realm. The darkness was dispelled. Not only was it dispelled, but it was also burned and annihilated by the silver divine radiance. It was completely annihilated, and it caused fatal damage to the Een soul. If it continued, it might be annihilated here. He only wanted to occupy this perfect body and cultivate again. He didn't want to die here. Cursing and begging for mercy were all useless. The silver divine radiance released by the heart sword seal continued to spread. Gradually, the silver divine radiance illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. The last trace of darkness was also annihilated under the great resistance. It was accompanied by a final miserable scream filled with despair. The endless abyss suddenly disappeared in an instant, and Chunzong's falling consciousness also instantly returned. The darkness in front of him disappeared. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly as usual. However, in Chunzong's eyes, it was so beautiful that it seemed to have a magnificence that wasn't usually there. That was close. Although Chunzong wasn't very clear about what had happened, he knew that he was in danger just now. It was really very dangerous. His consciousness kept falling and would eventually dissipate. When that happened, he would really die. What the hell happened? The moment this thought appeared, his mind shook. A torrent of information surged out like a flood into Chunzong's sea of consciousness, into Chunzong's mind, and into Chunzong's consciousness. There was too much information. For a moment, Chunzong didn't know what it was. He could only stand there and accept it. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even so, Chunzong still felt as if his head was about to explode. Waves of intense pain swept over him. His face grew paler and paler. He frowned and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. A quarter of an hour. The boundless and chaotic information bombarded Chunzong for a full 15 minutes. If it were any other extreme mortal stage cultivator, they would have long since lost their consciousness under such an impact. However, Chunzong was able to withstand it. The result was that his face was pale and his entire body was drenched in sweat. Chapter 757. Ancient Devil Hall. 13 Devil Flags. 13 Devil Emperors. The information in his mind made Chunzong feel indescribably shocked. His mind was like turbulent waves. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong quickly calmed himself down. His expression returned to normal, but his mind was still sorting out the information. The more he sorted it out, the more surprised Chunzong was. Amidst his surprise, there was also a kind of joy. He never thought that behind the Black Mountain stockade, there was actually a remnant of the ancient Devil Hall. In other words, the head stockade was controlled by the remnant of the ancient Devil Hall, and the other 8 stockade masters were controlled by the head stockade. The remnant of the ancient Devil Hall was only left with a soul. The reason why he let the stockade people kill and plunder young women was to use the Een chi of those women to cultivate himself and form a Een soul body. In the end, he would return to the world. Otherwise, with the power of his soul, he would not be able to do anything. At most, he would be able to control an extreme man like the head bandit chief. That was all. Back then, when he tried to control the head bandit chief, he had used up most of the power of his soul. In the beginning, he did it secretly. He kept plundering women to provide him with chi and condensed it continuously. After the initial completion of the soul body, he needed more women's chi. Therefore, the stockade people were even more wantonly plundering. However, they did not expect to attract Chen Zong. After Chen Zong killed the 8 stockade masters, the head stockade first tried to recruit Chen Zong. Then, after Chen Zong rejected Chen Zong, he had no intention of pursuing the matter. This was also the ancient Devil Hall's intention. Although he really wanted to kill Chen Zong, in order to avoid hitting the grass, he thought that Chen Zong might come from a big power. Once he attracted the attention of a big power, his future cultivation would be difficult, and he might even be captured. However, it was a pity that Chen Zong did not leave. Instead, he attacked. He had no choice but to fight. Unexpectedly, the head stockade was killed, and the soul could only attack Chen Zong. In the beginning, he just wanted to control Chen Zong so that he could continue to reorganize the Black Mountain Stockade and continue to plunder women to absorb chi. Unexpectedly, he found that Chen Zong's soul sense was strong and his body was perfect. If he were to occupy the body of an ordinary warrior, it would be better for him to cultivate the way of soul. However, if he could occupy a body like Chen Zong's, his potential would be much better than cultivating the way of soul. After weighing the pros and cons in an instant, the evil spirit made a decision. It wanted to occupy Chen Zong's body and put on a play about how it wouldn't die if it didn't seek death. If it wasn't for the heart sword seal, perhaps this spirit would have succeeded. However, there were no ifs. He failed, and the price of failure was that his soul would scatter and disappear completely from the world. Only his memories were left behind and were absorbed by Chen Zong. These memories allowed Chen Zong to know the cause and effect. However, this was not important. What was important was the information about the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall. Chen Zong had once asked his master, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord. However, at that time, Chen Zong was only at the pseudo-transcendent realm. The Dark Feather Mountain Lord had told Chen Zong to focus on his cultivation and not pay attention to anything else. But now, if he wanted to obtain the devil poison, he would have to come into contact with the Heavenly Ancient Devil Hall. The strongest person in the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall was also the ruler. He was called the Demon Lord. The Heaven Ancient Demon Lord. However, the Heaven Ancient Demon Lord was defeated after a great battle more than 1,000 years ago. He was suppressed and sealed, and seemed to be suppressed in a sea. Under the Heaven Ancient Demon Lord were 13 demon flags, which were led by 13 demon emperors. Under the 13 demon emperors there were 78 demon emperors. Under the demon emperors were the demon kings. Under the demon kings were the great demon envoys, demon guards, and demon soldiers. Demon emperors were titled emperors, demon emperors were titled emperors, demon kings were titled emperors, demon kings were titled emperors, great demon envoys were titled emperors, demon envoys were titled emperors, demon kings were titled emperors, great demon envoys were earthly spirit realm, demon envoys were extreme mortal realm, demon guards were pseudo-transcendent realms 3 extremes, while demon soldiers were pseudo-transcendent realms 7 to 9 stars. In other words, the weakest in the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall was at least 7 stars. Of course, the official disciples of the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect were at least 7 stars. However, the number of official disciples in the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect was limited. There were only a few thousand of them. However, in the spirits' memories, the number of demon soldiers in the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall could be said to be more than 100,000. It was terrifying. In the Tai Yuan Heavenly Sect, There are only 2 titled emperors, but the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall has 13 demon emperors. Thinking of this, Chunzong's heart became heavier. Strong. This kind of Heaven Ancient Demon Hall was really too tyrannical. The spirit's memories let Chunzong know that the battle more than 1,000 years ago swept across the entire Blue Waves continent. The people of the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall led an endless tide of underground demons to descend. In that battle, who knew how many people died, and who knew how many experts fell? In the end, after paying a huge price, the Heaven Ancient Demon Master was defeated and suppressed. Some of the 13 demon emperors were killed, some were suppressed, and the other demon emperors and demon kings were also defeated. As for the great demon envoys and demon envoys, most of them were killed, and a small number of them fled. There were always some who survived. Chunzong had met a demon envoy before, a demon envoy belonging to the Blood Demon flag. Now, this spirit was also a demon envoy, but it was an earthly spirit realm great demon envoy belonging to the Shadow Demon flag. Chunzong couldn't help but rejoice. A great demon envoy was an earthly spirit realm expert. Fortunately, only a soul was left, and it was only at the initial stage of condensing a spirit body. Otherwise, he would be dead for sure. But thinking about it, he really almost died. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heart Sword seal. Otherwise, his consciousness would have been swallowed by the other party, and his body would have also become the other party's. This Shadow Demon flag great demon envoy's memories were very rich and messy. After Chunzong finished reading the information of the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall, he searched for information about the demon poison. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became. The description of the demon poison in the memories was quite clear, and precisely because it was clear, Chunzong felt that it was troublesome. The refining process of the demon poison required 99 kinds of raw materials. Among them, 13 kinds of raw materials could only grow in the underground demon abyss and were irreplaceable. In other words, to refine the demon poison, one must enter the underground demon abyss to collect the corresponding materials. After obtaining the materials, one still needed to use a unique method to purify the demon poison 19 times, and then refine it. As the antidote of the demon poison, it didn't have such complicated materials and methods, but it still required 18 kinds of raw materials. Among them, 8 kinds of raw materials could only be found in the underground demon abyss. Especially the most important one, it actually required the blood essence of the transcendent demon race. This was information that bordered on despair. If he couldn't obtain the antidote of the demon poison, his master wouldn't be able to wake up. After 30 years, he would directly die. No, it wouldn't even be 30 years. No matter what, I must obtain the antidote of the demon poison within the time limit. Chunzong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Even if he had to enter the so-called underground demon abyss alone, he wouldn't hesitate. A real man should have a purpose in this world. No one could stop him from obtaining the antidote of the demon poison. Stepping forward, Chunzong walked to the foot of the Black Mountain, but in front of him, there were 2 figures flying towards him at an astonishing speed, like the wind. To be precise, one person was leading the other person, approaching at a speed as fast as light. When Chunzong saw them, the other party also saw Chunzong. A tyrannical aura suddenly rushed over, causing sand and stones to fly, sweeping everything as if it wanted to swallow Chunzong. This made Chunzong's expression turn solemn. The aura was even more tyrannical than that of the chief. 9th tier of the extreme mortal realm. Uncle Zong, it's him. A clear voice like that of an oriole rang out. The aura that had locked onto Chunzong weakened. In the next breath, 2 figures appeared in front of Chunzong. One of them was the baby-faced woman, and the other was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a cyan robe. His sharp eyes were staring at Chunzong as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. However, He was surprised to find that he couldn't see through Chenzong. He couldn't even tell the level of his cultivation. Fortunately, you didn't kill them. The baby-faced woman obviously misunderstood that Chenzong hadn't broken into the Black Mountain stockade. Uncle Zong, this time it's your turn. You wait for me at the foot of the mountain. The middle-aged man in a cyan robe finished his words and was about to go up the mountain. Wait, Chenzong suddenly said, I've killed all the people of the Black Mountain stockade. Swish. His gaze was like lightning sweeping across the sky in an instant. It was as if he could cut open the sky and directly approach Chenzong. The baby-faced woman covered her mouth and stared at Chenzong with her eyes wide open. Her face was full of disbelief. Withdrawing his gaze, the green-robed middle-aged man's figure moved like the wind. He instantly flew up and entered the stronghold. What entered his eyes were many collapsed houses. The ground was full of potholes and there were countless scratches. The air was still filled with remnant aura fluctuations. Cold, mysterious, cold, domineering, majestic, sharp, it was clear that a battle had taken place here not long ago, and it was an extremely intense battle. But was it really that young man's doing? It was unbelievable no matter how he thought about it. He couldn't find any survivors. There were only many corpses lying around. Upon closer inspection, the wounds on these corpses were all caused by sword slashes. Maybe he really did it. The middle-aged man in a cyan robe thought to himself. He couldn't hide the shock in his heart. The Black Mountain Stockade had 9 stockade leaders. Every one of them was an elite of the extreme mortal realm. The weakest was at the 3rd LV of the extreme mortal realm. It was said that the head stockade had the highest cultivation, reaching the 8th LV of the extreme mortal realm. But now they were all killed. Unbelievable. What level was this young man's cultivation at? From what his niece had said, it seemed that he was only at the early stage of the extreme mortal realm. That was impossible. No matter how strong an early stage of the extreme mortal realm was, it was impossible for him to fight against an 8th LV of the extreme mortal realm, let alone kill one. Unless he was hiding his cultivation level. As his mind raced, the middle-aged man in a cyan robe quickly went down the mountain. Like a gust of wind, he appeared in front of Chenzong. His eyes stared at Chenzong. The light in his eyes grew sharper, as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong. However, Chenzong's expression was normal. He didn't change at all because of the man's stare. He didn't even feel pressured. Instead, he met the man's gaze. Exhaling, the middle-aged man in a cyan robe hid the light in his eyes. He smiled. Where did you come from? Chapter 758. Young friend, you've done the right thing by eradicating a malignant tumor like the Black Mountain Gang. You've done the people a favor by eliminating a scourge. The middle-aged man smiled. Young friend, you're so young and you're so talented. Why don't you come to my humble abode for a few days so that I can discuss martial arts with you? Chenzong thought for a moment and agreed. The other party was of the extreme mortal realm. It would be beneficial for him to discuss martial arts with him. The baby-faced girl was also happy to see Chenzong agree. Soon, Chenzong found out the names and backgrounds of the baby-faced girl and the middle-aged man in green. Lu Zhenru and Lu Zongyi were from the Lu family of the Red Valley. If the Lu clan didn't sound that famous, then the Lu clan of the Red Valley was famous. There were many surnames like the Lu family in the Tianjing continent. However, there was only one Red Valley Lu family, which was a mid-level power. It was said that it used to be an upper-level power, but it had fallen. However, it was still one of the more powerful ones among the mid-level powers. Half a day later, Chenzong followed Lu Zongyi and Lu Zhenru to the Red Valley Lu family. The Red Valley was the name of the place. It was a huge valley filled with many light red stones. That was how it got its name. The Lu family's mansion was located in the valley. Lu Zongyi was at the 9th level of the extreme mortal realm, and was an elder of the Lu family of the Red Valley. As for the Earth Spirit Realm cultivators, they were all in closed-door cultivation in pursuit of higher realms. They wouldn't appear unless something major happened. Lu Zongyi was the second elder of the Red Valley Lu family. The baby-faced girl, Lu Zhenru, had an even higher status. She was the granddaughter of the current head of the family. Thus, Chen Zong temporarily stayed in the Red Valley's Lu clan. The residence that Lu Zongyi arranged for him was called the Red Leaf Residence. It was filled with large leaves of redwood, and each leaf was the size of 2 palms. They were fiery red and looked extremely beautiful. When the wind blew past, the fiery red leaves would sway and let out a rustling sound, like red waves rising and falling. Brother Chen, I planted these large red leaves myself. Lu Zhenru's eyes narrowed into crescents. Her baby face looked like a happy child. It was hard to imagine that such a childlike girl was actually at the first level of the extreme mortal realm. This level of talent really surpassed many people. It's beautiful. Chen Zong smiled. Lu Zhenru smiled even more happily, just like a child who had been praised. Lu Zhenru felt this way because Chen Zong had slaughtered his way into the Black Mountain stronghold all by himself and exterminated them. He had displayed his shocking strength. Moreover, Chen Zong was very young. He was probably not much older than her. Brother Chen, let me show you around, Lu Zhenru said again, her big eyes fixed on Chen Zong, her face full of hope. Thank you, Chen Zong said with a smile. Let's go, our Red Valley has many fun places. Lu Zhenru was very happy. She brought Chen Zong out of Red Leaf Court. Lu Zhenru was in a good mood. She brought Chen Zong to tour the Red Valley, looking at different sceneries. Chen Zong also relaxed his mind and blended into the environment to appreciate the sceneries, harmonizing his soul. In the evening, the setting sun shone down diagonally, covering the light red valley with a layer of red gauze, making it look even more dark red. It was a shocking red, a red that shocked the soul, a red that shocked the heart, and a red that was magnificent. Stepping on the silhouettes of the setting sun, Chen Zong and Lu Zhenru walked towards the gate of Red Leaf Court. Facing them, 3 figures walked over from the side. Their gazes swept past like cold lightning. When they saw Lu Zhenru, one of them was delighted. But when they saw Chen Zong, they frowned. Their gaze was like a cold shooting star, as if they wanted to pierce through Chen Zong's body. Sister Ru, who is he? The young man's coldness was restrained. He squeezed out a smile and seemed to be asking politely. But when he saw Chen Zong, his eyes shone with a fierce light again. As for the other 2 young men, they stared at Chen Zong unkindly, as if Chen Zong was an enemy. Chen Zong's expression was calm, but he took in everyone's reaction. He couldn't help but find it funny. Obviously, these 3 young men misunderstood something. But Chen Zong didn't say anything. What was there to explain? There was no need for that. Brother Jingming, this is Chen Zong. Brother Chen, he. Lu Zhenru was about to introduce Chen Zong, but she was interrupted by him. Okay, it's just a small matter. I have a few good friends who came from afar. I'm going to entertain them at the Green Willow Court. Sister Ru, come with me, Lu Jingming said, not looking at Chen Zong again, as if Chen Zong was heir. Lu Zhenru was smart, but a little slow. She didn't notice Lu Jingming's attitude at all, or maybe she was already used to it. Since they are Brother Jingming's friends, it's only right for Zhenru to meet them. Lu Zhenru looked at Chen Zong. Brother Chen, I'll leave first. I'll take you to other places to play another day. Chen Zong nodded and walked towards the gate of the Red Leaf Court. This was a matter between the Lu family disciples. It had nothing to do with him. At least you know your place. A cold voice sounded in his ear. It was Lu Jingming's voice. Chen Zong ignored it. At night, Lu Zongyi stepped into the Red Leaf Court with a pot of wine. He sat in the courtyard with Chen Zong. The moon was bright in the sky. Perhaps it was because of the unique environment of the Red Valley, but the moon in the sky was covered with a layer of light red, which made it look even more magnificent. Chunzong and Lu Zongyi talked about martial arts while drinking the 100-year-old wine. Lu Zongyi had lived for more than 200 years and his cultivation was in the 9th tier of the extreme human realm. He had once traveled all over the Tianjin continent and even visited several other continents in order to gain experience. He was very experienced and had rich battle experience. He was knowledgeable and eloquent. Chunzongyi had a pleasant conversation with him. Chunzong's age was less than a fraction of Lu Zongyi's, but his talent was many times better than Lu Zongyi's. Moreover, the inheritance he received was very advanced. In addition, he had read a lot of books and accumulated a lot of knowledge. Some ideas came easily to him, which made Lu Zongyi very impressed. They talked about everything. Unknowingly, the bright moon set in the west and the morning sun shone. The golden red light sprinkled on the red leaf court and also on Chunzong and Lu Zongyi. Only then did they wake up. It was daybreak. Talking about martial arts with you is better than my years of meditation. Lu Zongyi sighed. Brother Lu is very knowledgeable and has profound martial art. You are very helpful to me. Chunzong also said. In terms of age, Chunzong should have called him senior, but Lu Zongyi insisted on not doing so. It felt like they were friends despite the difference in age. He gained a lot from talking about martial arts with Lu Zongyi. If talking about the sword with Sword Monarch of Flying Snow increased the depth of his way of the sword, then talking about martial arts with Lu Zongyi increased the breadth of his way of the sword. Both depth and breadth were indispensable. Moreover, Chunzong explained the theories from the various books he had read. It was equivalent to further understanding and mastery. Cultivation was not only about sitting and absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It included many other aspects. Talking about martial arts was one of them. Of course, for people whose cultivation was not high enough, talking about martial arts was useless. It was just a waste of time. For the next few days, he cultivated during the day and talked about martial arts with Lu Zongyi at night. Lu Zhenru also came to look for Chunzong once. She wanted to bring Chunzong out to play. However, Chunzong was cultivating and did not leave. A few days later, Chunzong felt that he had talked enough with Lu Zongyi and prepared to leave. Wait. Lu Zongyi urged Chunzong to stay. He said with a serious expression, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it, Chunzong? Brother Lu, what is it? Chunzong did not agree directly. Friendship was friendship. Not long ago, a secondary world entrance was discovered in the forest 500 kilometers away from Red Valley. After appraisal, it was left behind by a powerful ancient sect. There might be resources and heritage left behind by that sect, Lu Zongyi said with a serious expression. However, that secondary world entrance is destined to not be monopolized by a single faction. Therefore, after a few days of discussion, a total of 4 factions have obtained a spot to enter that secondary world. Chunzong knew about the secondary world very well. This was because the Taiyuan Heaven sect had several secondary worlds. Although Chunzong had only entered one, it did not prevent him from understanding it. No matter what, the secondary world was very important. What did Lu Zongyi mean by telling him this? That world entrance has a restriction on the cultivation level of those who enter, Lu Zongyi continued. They cannot exceed the extreme mortal realm. My Lu family has obtained 10 spots. Lu Zongyi's eyes flickered. I've discussed with the family head and the other elders and decided to give up 1 spot. Chunzong, are you interested in that secondary world? Suddenly, Chunzong's eyes flashed, and his breathing quickened. A new secondary world. I'm interested. Why wouldn't I be interested? What do I have to pay? Chunzong quickly calmed down. Indeed, friendship was friendship. However, the spot to enter the secondary world was very important. How could he give it away for free? You don't have to pay anything. Lu Zongyi's words startled Chunzong. Let me put it another way. In the Lu family, other than me, there are a few elders and the rest are the younger generation. They are the number 1 of the younger generation, Lu Jingming, number 2, Lu Jianhong and Lu Jinru. Chunzong, you are very strong. Even Lu Jingming is not as strong as you. Therefore, after entering, if possible, I hope that you can help and protect them. Also, I hope that one day, if the Lu family is in trouble, and you have enough power, you can help the Lu family, Lu Zongyi said in a serious tone. Although the Lu family was strong, it was only a mid-tier faction. No one knew if it could survive for a long time. Dynasties and eras changed. Nothing was impossible. Therefore, using a spot to exchange for a favor from a great faction like Chunzong was a loss at first glance. However, in the long run, it was a gain. Of course, the premise was that Chunzong would remember this favor and repay it. After a few days of sparring, Lu Zongyi believed that he did not misjudge Chunzong. He was a person who valued relationships and promises. Using a spot to exchange for a future was feasible. Thinking about it, Chunzong also understood the Lu family's plan. However, Chunzong did not care. If he really had enough power, he could help the Lu family once in the future. Chapter 759. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We will provide you with interesting novels to read. 3 days later, the Lu family of the Red Valley, led by Lu Zongyi, along with 5 other elders of the extreme mortal realm, Lu Jingming, Lu Jianhong and Lu Jinru, set off with Chunzong to a place 1,000 miles away. Love go little say, Chu Lu Jingming was very unhappy that Chunzong was also in the group, but there was nothing he could do. This was the decision of the second elder, Lu Zongyi, and he could not object. Lu Jianhong, on the other hand, acted as if it was none of his business, as if he was indifferent to everything in the outside world. As a middle-ranked power, to have 3 people in the younger generation break through to the extreme mortal stage, and Lu Jingming's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of the extreme mortal stage, it was indeed not bad. A normal middle-ranked power wouldn't have such a background. If the middle-grade forces on Chaotian Island were to be compared, there was no comparison at all. According to Elder Lu Zongyi, of the 4 forces that were going to enter that world, 3 of them were middle-grade forces, and 1 of them was an upper-grade force. 1,000 miles would take a long time for an ordinary person to cross, and they would even experience all kinds of dangers during the journey. But it was nothing for 10 people of the extreme mortal realm. Even if they encountered some dangers along the way, they could easily cross it. Therefore, it did not take long for the 10 of them to arrive outside the forest. At the same time, the other 3 forces also arrived at the same time, as if they had calculated the time. Other than the Lu family of the Red Valley, the other 2 middle-grade forces were the Thunder Saber Castle and the Spiritual Heart Pavilion. As for the upper-grade force, it was called the Blackwater Sect. In this area, the Blackwater Sect was equivalent to the Overlord. If not for the fact that the Blackwater Sect was worried that these 3 middle-ranked forces would join hands and cause the Blackwater Sect to be affected and spread the news of this world to other regions, attracting the intervention of other high-ranked sects, the Blackwater Sect would never agree to give up the quota. But even if the quota was given out, it was only a small number. The 3 middle-grade forces each had 10 people, and the Blackwater Sect had sent 70 people. Disciples, deacons, elders. When Chunzong and the others saw the people from the Blackwater Sect, they were all very surprised. There were 70 people of the extreme mortal realm, and the highest cultivation was at the peak of LV9 of the extreme mortal realm. The one with the lowest cultivation base was at the 1st level of the mortal realm. It could be said that the Blackwater Sect had mobilized most of the paramount mortal stage practitioners in the sect to explore this subworld and reap the benefits from it. The Blackwater Sect was an upper-grade sect, but it was only average among all the upper-grade sects. Even among the younger generation of the Taiyuan Sky sect, there were less than 100 disciples who had reached the extreme mortal realm. It was even more impossible for the Blackwater sect to do so. However, other than the disciples, there were also the deacons and elders. For a high-ranked sect, it was still possible to find nearly 100 extreme mortal stage practitioners. The people from the Blackwater sect wore long black robes. The black robes flowed like water, causing their auras to become strange and emit waves of coldness. The people from the Blackwater sect also had cold gazes. When they swept past the crowd, the coldness attached itself to them, causing them to involuntarily shiver. Other than Chunzong, the others did not dare to directly look at the people from the Blackwater sect. On one hand, it was because of their aura. There were 70 extreme mortal stage practitioners, and their cultivation techniques were even more powerful. On the other hand, it was because of the reputation of the Blackwater sect. No matter if they were righteous or evil, they were still an upper-grade sect. They could not afford to offend them. Moreover, the Blackwater sect was not considered a righteous sect, so they did not care much. Realizing that there was still someone who dared to look at them directly, the people from the Blackwater sect looked even colder. Especially a few of the disciples, their eyes glowed like water as they stared fiercely at Chunzong. A trace of murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Chunzong frowned slightly. He had heard that the world of warriors was very complicated. There were even cases where one's entire family would be killed just by looking at someone. However, Chunzong had only heard of such cases since he started cultivating. He had never encountered such cases. Now, just by looking at him, some of the disciples from the Blackwater sect had already developed murderous intent towards him. As expected, his expression did not change. Chunzong did not retract his gaze. Murderous intent. Murderous intent. So what? In terms of background, could the Blackwater sect compare with the Taiyuan Heaven sect? They were not even worthy of carrying shoes. Regardless of background or strength, Chunzong was not afraid. At worst, he would fight. They wanted to threaten him with just a few glances. They were too naive. Seeing that Chunzong did not avoid their threatening glances, but instead looked at them directly, the disciples of the Blackwater sect became more and more furious. The murderous intent on their faces became more and more intense. They were about to kill Chunzong directly. Well, the entrance to the secondary world has been completely stabilized. The people of the Blackwater sect will enter first. An old voice came from the forest. Let's go. The leading elder of the Blackwater sect waved his hand and immediately rushed into the forest. The few disciples of the Blackwater sect, who were about to attack Chunzong, had to give up temporarily. But as they left, their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they glanced at Chunzong. One of them even stretched out his hand and touched his neck threateningly. Chunzong could not help but smile. They were just a few early-stage extreme mortal realm warriors, at most LV5 of the extreme mortal realm. Since they dared to threaten him, he would deal with them in the secondary world. In an instant, Chunzong decided on the outcome for those people. Of course, if they were lucky enough, they could still live. Because Chunzong did not plan to chase after them. If he encountered them, he would just kill them along the way. Soon, the people of the Blackwater sect all entered the secondary world. Then, it was the turn of the three middle-ranked powers. The three middle-ranked powers were on par with each other. Naturally, there was no order to enter first. The people of the Blackwater sect did not care. They just needed to enter first. Go, go, go. The three middle-ranked powers had a total of 30 people. They all rushed into the forest at full speed. Not long after, a glowing door appeared in front of them. That was the door to the secondary world. Swoosh. One by one, they increased their speed and rushed over in a hurry. It was as if they could get more if they entered first. Chunzong's shoulders trembled as he sent a person who was trying to knock Lu Jinru away flying, allowing Lu Jinru to enter the secondary world without being affected. Then, His figure was extremely agile as he avoided the collision of the two people behind him and entered the secondary world like a swimming dragon. Once Chen Zong entered the secondary world, he felt that it was different. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was the most direct. It was thinner than the outside world. Obviously, this was not an environment suitable for cultivation. How good would the resources be in this place? As everyone knew, the abundance of resources was directly related to the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The denser and purer the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the easier it was to nurture a good cultivation environment. It was easier to nurture treasured medicines and spiritual medicines that were beneficial to cultivation. Chen Zong started to wonder if there would be any good treasures in such a thin spiritual qi of heaven and earth. But now that he had entered, he did not need to consider anything else. He might as well take a look around. Maybe he would really get something satisfactory. "Young friend, are you going to move with us or?" Lu Zomi asked. Although he already knew, he still needed to confirm. "I'm used to being alone," Chen Zong replied with a smile. "It's good that you don't move with us. You won't be a burden," Lu Jingming said with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Brother Jingming, brother Chen Zong's strength." Lu Zhenru wanted to defend Chen Zong. "Everyone, I'll go first. I hope you'll all have a satisfactory harvest." After Chen Zong finished speaking, his body flashed and turned into a wisp of smoke. Soon, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. "It's quiet now." Lu Jingming smiled coldly and immediately looked at the elders. "Elders, I also plan to move alone." Then, without waiting for the elders to agree, he used his body movement and left in another direction as fast as he could. "I'm leaving." Lu Jianhong also left quickly after finishing his words. "We'll split into 3 groups. Zhenru, you'll move with me and 5th elder," 2nd elder Lu Zomi said. "Okay." Lu Zhenru's cultivation was the lowest and she was the weakest. It was dangerous to move alone. It was best to move with the other elders. If they split into 3 groups and went in different directions, they would have a better harvest. Not only did the Lu family do this, but the other 2 middle-rank forces and the Blackwater sect, a high-rank force, also did the same. If they split into groups of 2 or 3 and went in different directions, they would be able to find more treasures. If they huddled together, it would be safer, but the efficiency would be too low. As for those who were confident in their own strength or had other ideas, they would move alone. Chen Zong's speed became faster and faster, and his body became more and more ethereal. He swept past like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, Chen Zong also spread out his spiritual sense, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. Everything was clearly recorded in his mind. Suddenly, the figure that was as light as smoke and as agile as a swimming dragon made a turn. It drew a beautiful arc and moved to the side in an extremely natural manner. Its speed did not decrease as it swept past a small tree that was over a meter tall. Originally, there was a purple fruit with red veins growing on the small tree, but when Chen Zong swept past, the fruit disappeared. When the fruit entered his hand, Chen Zong didn't feel the fluctuation of spirit qi, but a kind of vitality fluctuation. It was very vigorous and pure, and faintly carried a bit of heat, just like his pure yang vitality. Based on the aura fluctuations coming from this fruit, Chen Zong was able to infer that it was a spirit fruit, a transcendent realm spirit medicine. It should be a low-rank spirit fruit that could strengthen one's vitality and temper one's physique. Not bad. Chen Zong couldn't help but nod secretly and put the fruit into his void ring. There were too few transcendent realm body tempering secret arts. There were some in the Eternal Heaven sect, but Chen Zong couldn't obtain them. The strength of one's body and physique were also related. The stronger one's physique was, the more powerful the nihility sword force would be, and the faster one's speed and reaction would be, the better one's defense would be. All in all, increasing one's strength and survivability would greatly increase. Without a body-tempering secret art, but being able to obtain a body-tempering spirit medicine was also good. After taking and refining it, one's physique would be strengthened. If one could obtain a body-tempering secret art and use it with a body-tempering spirit medicine, the effect would undoubtedly be better. Not long after, Chernzong found some more body-tempering herbs, but they were all precious herbs and didn't have much effect, but they gave Chernzong an idea. Chapter 760. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. If the precious herbs in this world are mainly for body refining, then the sect that used to be the owner of this world might be a body refining sect. At the very least, it might be related to body refining. Guessing, Chernzong's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Body refining. This was the ancient way of cultivation, which was gradually lost. The way of qi refining was the mainstream, but there was still a small part of the inheritance left behind by people who continued to cultivate. It was said that the Eternal Heaven sect was a branch left behind by the ancient way of body refining. It was rare that it could be passed down to this day. If it was a sect that focused on qi refining, it was impossible for them to grow precious herbs for body refining in their own territory. Chernzong couldn't help but feel a little more expectant. The body-refining Tao that had been passed down since ancient times. Was his guess true? If it was true, then what about the inheritance? Would it be useful to him? With these thoughts in mind, Chernzong didn't stop at all and kept moving forward. Although the heaven and earth spirit qi in this subworld was thin, the herbs that grew there were almost all body refinement herbs. Most of them were treasured herbs, and there were also some pseudo-spirit herbs. Chernzong was lucky enough to find a low-grade spirit herb fruit. It seems that even if this world belongs to the ancient way of body refining sect, it's probably just average. Boom! Like a surging wave, it brought with it a chilling intent. Suddenly, a black wave surged towards Chernzong from the side. Wherever it passed, the vegetation would first be covered in frost before being crushed and swallowed. The black wave blended into the black wave and rushed towards Chernzong. The chill was torrential, like the undercurrent of deep water. Chernzong's eyes were slightly cold. His body stopped from extreme speed without the slightest ripple, as if he had been standing there for a long time, showing unparalleled control. Using his finger as a sword, he drew a line in the void. A dazzling sword light like a crescent moon cut the void and the black wave that was rushing toward him. The person who used this move only saw a flash of cold light in front of him. He was shocked, but before he could dodge, the cold light had already arrived. This was a disciple of the Blackwater sect. The disciples of the Blackwater sect were used to being domineering in this area, and their behavior was also quite evil. They had never been a righteous sect. In addition, it was understandable that they saw Chernzong trying to kill Chernzong outside the forest. However, he did not expect that he would be killed by Chernzong due to his lack of strength. The Blackwater sect's disciple wasn't alone. He had 2 companions with him. The 2 companions didn't attack. They thought that one of them would be enough. They didn't expect that they would be killed before they could even react. They couldn't react in time, but Chernzong couldn't. Before entering this world, Chernzong had already sentenced those people from the Blackwater sect to death in his heart. He wouldn't deliberately chase after them, but since they dared to attack him, there was only one consequence. With a light tap of his finger, a sword gleam streaked across the air like a shooting star. Puff puff! As the sound rang out, the 2 Blackwater sect's disciples had already been pierced through between their eyebrows, falling backwards. After killing 3 people in an instant, Chernzong's body swept past them like the wind, taking away their mustard seed bags along the way. After a quick check, he indeed found some body-refining treasures. Then, as if the heavens had purposely arranged for Chunzong and the Blackwater sect's disciples to meet, Chunzong met another two from the Blackwater sect. However, they weren't disciples, but two attendants. Both of them were at the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm. It's him. Kill him. In an instant, the two attendants finished their conversation. This was because this was what the head disciple of the Blackwater sect told them to do. Although the head disciple's cultivation wasn't as high as theirs, his potential was above theirs. He was highly valued by the sect, and his status was even higher than theirs. It was necessary to please him. In order to be sure, the two attendants at the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm attacked at the same time, one from the left and one from the right. The attendant on the left bent his fingers into a claw, and a wave of black light quickly spread out, covering his palm with a cold light. Black water true technique? Blood-clotting claw. Wherever the claw passed, the air would be filled with white frost, caused by the low temperature. The blood-clotting claw expanded in the wind, and viciously clawed at Chunzong. A terrifying chill covered his entire body, and entered his body through every pore. The other deacon also made his move at the same time. His palms, which were glowing with black light, continuously struck out. Every palm strike carried a terrifying power. Dozens of palm strikes in a row turned into rolling black waves, emitting a shocking chill that surged up into the sky. The Blackwater sect's inheritance was the black water true technique, and it was extremely cold. Legend had it that once cultivated to the peak, one could freeze everything. Of course, these two attendants were still far from reaching that level, and it was only a legend. In order to end the battle quickly, Chunzong unsheathed the red jade sword, and two blazing red lights cut through the sky, one from the left and the other from the right. The chill brought about by the black water true technique did not affect Chunzong at all. The difference between their techniques and their levels was not something that could be made up for by a mere chill. Before their attacks could even reach Chunzong's sword had already reached them. So what if they were at the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm? They could not resist at all. Instant kill. After killing two 5th level of the extreme mortal realm warriors, Chunzong's expression did not change at all. He had killed stronger warriors before, and this was nothing. Casually taking away the two's mustard seed bags, Chunzong once again moved forward. Not long after, he stopped, because there was a stone tablet in front of him, a broken stone tablet. The stone tablet kept breaking into pieces, and that piece was nowhere to be found. The remaining piece stood on the ground, as if it had been battered by the wind and rain. It was full of cracks and looked extremely old. From it, Chunzong could feel that it was very old. It was the accumulation of time, and he did not know how many years it had been. There was only one word on the broken stone tablet: refine. Obviously, there would be other words on the other broken stone tablet. Refine. Chunzong stared at the broken stone tablet, carefully examining it, trying to find some traces. He even used the scar's sword pupil, but he could only find traces of time on the broken stone tablet. He could not find anything else. He frowned. Without enough information, he could not make a judgment. If he continued searching, he might find another broken stone tablet. Searching, he expanded the range from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters, and then to 50,000 meters. Chunzong finally found another stone tablet behind a few rocks. He did not know what kind of force had struck it, but it was deeply embedded into a huge rock, and its edges were full of cracks. He reached out and exerted force. With a boom, this stone tablet was pulled out by Chunzong. Other than the broken part, the rest of the tablet was intact. 1,000. There was also a word on this broken stone tablet. Chunzong brought this stone tablet to the other stone tablet and placed it there. 1,000 refinements, is this the name of the sect? Or, Chunzong frowned again. For the time being, he gave up. There was too little information, and he could not find other traces to follow. He could only go to other places. Perhaps there would be other gains. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a very slight buzzing sound was heard. Chernzong quickly looked and saw that the broken part of the stone tablet was healing. Yes, there was an invisible force that was healing the broken part. After about 20 breaths, the cracks on the stone tablet disappeared. A wisp of invisible brilliance flowed back and forth, washing the stone tablet back and forth like water waves. The stone tablet was intact, and even some of the marks on it disappeared. Such a change stunned Chernzong. He was a little confused. His thoughts turned quickly. In the Taiyuan Heaven sect, Chernzong had read many ancient books. As one of the top 15 forces on the Blue Waves continent, the collection of ancient books collected by the Taiyuan Heaven sect was quite astonishing and comprehensive. It could be said that only the two Holy Lands could surpass it. Although Chernzong had not read all of the ancient books, he had read the ancient books of Tsangyu Mountain, Jinyuan Mountain, and Rainbow Fall Mountain. In terms of knowledge and information, most of the extreme mortal realm experts were not as good as Chernzong. However, because the amount of information stored was too large, Chernzong usually did not need it. When he needed it, he would need some time to find it. After 3 breaths, Chernzong's eyes emitted a strong light that fell on the stone tablet as if it wanted to pierce through it. An inheritance stone tablet? His tone was a little surprised and doubtful. If this was really an inheritance stone tablet, then his luck was really good. Whether it is an inheritance stone tablet or not, I'll know after I try. Chernzong said to himself. If it is, I can only hope that the inheritance contained in it is not too bad. It would be best if it is a body-refining inheritance that is suitable for me. Although this was what he said, Chernzong also understood that there was no such thing as a perfect life. Before entering it, no one would know what kind of inheritance it contained. Perhaps only the person who made this inheritance stone tablet would know. Thinking of this, Chernzong was ready to make a move and test whether this was an inheritance stone tablet or not. Whoosh! A strong wind sound was heard as it approached at an alarming speed. A chill filled the air and locked onto Chernzong from afar. Chernzong's body trembled slightly and his expression changed slightly. The strength of this aura had reached LV9 of the extreme mortal realm. There was no doubt that this was a powerhouse from the Blackwater sect. The Blackwater sect was a high-grade sect. Even if they were considered average among high-grade sects, they still had high-grade spirit arts and even high-grade Lingwu. Chernzong knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be a match for a LV9 of the extreme mortal realm expert who might have cultivated a high-grade spirit art. Of course, if he used the trump card Elder Tsang Xian gave him, he would indeed be able to block the opponent's attack. However, it would be useless. What Chernzong really wanted was to fight back and increase his own strength. What's more, that was a trump card that could defend against a LV3 Heavenly Profound stage expert. It would be too wasteful to use it on a LV9 of the extreme mortal realm. Chernzong's choice was to leave before the opponent completely closed in. But before leaving, Chernzong still planned to test whether this inheritance stone tablet was an inheritance stone tablet or not. His spiritual sense swept out and completely covered the inheritance stone tablet. Soon after, it spread towards the 2 words on the inheritance stone tablet and completely filled them up. At the same time, the Blackwater sect's extreme mortal realm expert was less than 5,000 meters away from Chernzong. This was a very short distance that could be crossed in an instant. Closer, closer, and closer. The inheritance stone tablet trembled as a burst of light was released from the 2 words, 1,000 refinements. The light rushed out and swallowed Chernzong. Chapter 761. Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The black light brought with it a terrifying chill as it landed in front of the stone monument. This was an old man, and the wrinkles on his face were so obvious that they could squeeze a mosquito to death. His eyes stared at the stone monument, and his gaze grew increasingly deep. Around him, a terrifying aura surged like water. Inheritance stone tablet. An extremely cold voice spread out, and a terrifying killing intent was like a tide. With a bang, the tyrannical power shattered everything within a radius of dozens of meters, but the inheritance stone tablet stood still. I'll wait for you here. No matter what inheritance you have to spit it out. It belongs to my black water sect. Chen Zong made the right bet. This was really the inheritance stone tablet. In an instant, it was activated by spiritual sense and released its own power, sucking Chen Zong into it. This was a gray and hazy chaotic space. There was no sky or earth. Chen Zong stood there alone. Looking around, he could see nothing. Enter my 1,000 refinements stone tablet and pass on my 1,000 refinements path. Suddenly, a grand and ancient voice resounded. It came from all directions and entered Chen Zong's ears, and it rumbled like the vast and mighty thunder of the heavens. Go through the 1,000 refinements tribulation, life and death in a single thought. When the last word fell, Chen Zong suddenly felt his heart palpitate. He might die here. If he died, he would never be able to come back to life. It would be a true death. What kind of inheritance would cause death? Searching through his memories, Chen Zong couldn't find any similar records. It was simply too terrifying. It was too risky to enter here without even knowing what kind of inheritance it was. What if the inheritance was terrible? Or even if it was good, it wasn't suitable for him? Wouldn't it be a wasted risk? When one's cultivation reached Chen Zong's level, many thoughts would appear at the same time and flash past in an instant. After that, all of his distracting thoughts were severed by a single slash of the sword. No matter how much he thought, he had already entered. There was no point in worrying and regretting. Since that was the case, he would accept it, pass it, survive, and get the inheritance. His conviction was incomparably firm. Nothing could shake it. Fated one, I don't know who you are, but I can feel your incomparable determination. Are you ready? I'm ready, Chen Zong said softly. He didn't know if the other party could hear him, but he still answered anyway. As soon as Chen Zong's answer fell, the grayness around them seemed to have been blown away by a strong wind and quickly dissipated. Immediately, a flash of brilliance, like the divine dawn of the beginning of the world, flashed across Chen Zong's eyes, and a beautiful scene appeared before his eyes. It was a 10-meter-tall waterfall that was surging with an astonishing amount of water. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping, and its momentum was vast and mighty. There are 10 stages of the 1,000 refinements, and one stage is the 100 refinement. This is the first stage, the first refinement. The ancient voice sounded in Chen Zong's ears, as if it had traveled through time and space. Step into the waterfall and bear it with your body. The first level of the first refining. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a trace of shrewdness. He took a step forward and appeared under the 10-meter-tall waterfall. Chen Zong's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the moment his body entered the waterfall, for some reason, his powerful spiritual sense and spiritual power were all silent. He couldn't move at all. The only thing he could move was his physical strength. Boom, 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 a huge amount of water carried a terrible impact. It fiercely hit Chen Zong from top to bottom. However, this impact, which was enough to defeat or even kill ordinary warriors on the spot, had no effect on Chen Zong at all. Not to mention Chen Zong, ordinary warriors in the real martial arts realm could easily resist it. Chen Zong quickly thought about it while bearing the impact of the 10-meter-tall waterfall. His spiritual sense and spiritual power were imprisoned, and he couldn't resist it. Only his physical strength could be used. Then, this inheritance was more likely to be about body refining. For a moment, Chen Zong's heart was filled with an amazing desire to fight. Come on, 1000 refining 10th level. After 10 breaths, the waterfall suddenly stopped. Chen Zong sensed it. He looked up and saw that the waterfall seemed to be expanding and stretching. 10 meters. 20 meters. The 20-meter tall waterfall made the water flow more powerful. Chen Zong could clearly feel that the impact he had to bear was much stronger. The height of the waterfall doubled from 10 to 20 meters, but the impact increased more than that. However, this impact was still nothing to Chen Zong. It was almost like scratching an itch. 30 meters. When the waterfall rose to 30 meters, the impact of the water flow was even more amazing and powerful. 40 meters. 50 meters. 60 meters. The waterfall was expanding and stretching again and again. As it got higher and higher, the water flow became more and more powerful. Soon, the waterfall became 100 meters high. The first refining 10th level. The impact of the 100-meter tall waterfall was very powerful, but it was still not enough for Chen Zong. Any warrior in the real martial arts realm who had some achievements in body refining could resist it. A love go shao sei ka 110 meters. 120 meters. 130 meters. Every 10 breaths, the waterfall would expand, which meant that the trial would enter the next stage and the difficulty would continue to increase. 200 meters. 300 meters. When it reached 300 meters, Chen Zong began to feel a trace of pressure. This kind of power was enough to blast a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator into pieces. However, Chen Zong had not only achieved body refining, he had also broken through to the transcendent realm. His body had also undergone a metamorphosis. Although there was no change or growth in his absolute strength, his essence had changed. It was a kind of life form upgrade. Therefore, Chen Zong could withstand it. He only felt a trace of pressure. 400 meters. That trace of pressure was magnified, but Chen Zong could still withstand it. 500 meters. 600 meters. With the increase in pressure, Chen Zong's face gradually became serious. 700 meters. This kind of pressure made Chen Zong feel like he was about to collapse. His whole body gradually trembled. It was certain that this kind of impact was enough to defeat an ordinary first-layer mortal realm cultivator. Chen Zong was in the fourth-layer mortal realm, so he could still withstand it. However, according to the trial's progress, he was only at the 70th stage of the first layer. There were still 30 more stages to go. Could he withstand it? Chen Zong did not know, but he could only continue. From the beginning, there was no turning back. No, from the moment he stepped into this inheritance stone tablet, there was no turning back. There was no turning back, so he had to fight his way out. Withstand it. He had to withstand it. 800 meters waterfall. The terrifying force impacted his body. Chen Zong felt like his body was about to collapse. His muscles trembled and his bones shook, as if they were about to break. Withstand it. He had to withstand it. 900 meters. The pressure increased by an unknown amount. Chen Zong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but his eyes were firm. He had already reached the 90th stage. Just a little more and he would be able to pass the first layer. No matter what, he had to withstand it. He had to withstand it. 910 meters. Chen Zong spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was even paler. 920 meters. Chen Zong spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was even paler. 950 meters. Chen Zong spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His body was shaking slightly. 980 meters. Chen Zong spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His body was shaking, and he was on the verge of collapsing. He felt excruciating pain all over his body. It was as if every part of his body was being torn apart. He was only holding on with his tenacious will. 990 meters. This was the 99th stage of the first layer. Chen Zong's consciousness began to blur. His internal organs were bleeding profusely. He was in imminent danger. 1,000 meters. The 100th stage of the first layer, the last stage, and also the most powerful stage. Boom. He could not hear anything, see anything, or feel anything. It was as if everything had disappeared. He felt as if his body had been shattered. Only a wisp of inextinguishable spiritual light remained, stubbornly resisting. 10 breaths, but it felt as long as 1,000 years. However, Chen Zong withstood it. He finally withstood it. When the 10 breaths were over, Chen Zong left the waterfall and was sent to the shore by a gentle force. He looked very miserable. His entire body seemed to have been crushed. However, a force descended and covered Chen Zong's entire body. Immediately, he recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 breaths, Chen Zong had recovered to his original state. Only the robe on his body had become tattered. He had awakened. Chen Zong realized that he was completely unharmed. No, not only is it undamaged, my physique. With a slight movement, Chen Zong felt as if a shockingly powerful force was being nurtured within his body. This was a tyrannical force that he had never felt before. He checked again and realized that there was more gold in the pure yang qi and blood in his body. Originally, when his cultivation had reached the early stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm, the gold in his pure yang qi and blood took up about 40%. But now it had become 45%. An increase of 5% did not seem like much. However, Chen Zong knew how difficult it was. With his current cultivation speed, it would take a long time to reach the early stage of the 5th level of the mortal realm from the early stage of the 4th level of the mortal realm. Great! Chen Zong's face lit up with joy. Although he did not know what the final inheritance would be like, it was not bad that his pure yang qi and blood were able to transform. He wondered what it would be like when his pure yang qi and blood turned gold. With his strength fully recovered, Chen Zong quickly stood up. The scene in front of him changed again. There was a sea of flames. The flames were endless, forming a sea of fire. The sea of fire was raging, as if it was going to burn everything to ashes. It was terrifying. Standing in front of the sea of fire, Chen Zong could clearly feel the heat. Begin the 2nd stage of the 1,000 refinement. As the ancient voice rang in his ears, Chen Zong took a step forward and stepped into the sea of fire. Once he entered the sea of fire, his body was engulfed in flames and burned crazily. However, this kind of temperature was nothing to Chen Zong. Chen Zong could completely withstand it. However, Chen Zong did not dare to do so. According to the rules of the 1st stage of the 1,000 refinements, there would definitely be changes in the sea of fire. The difficulty of the trial would continuously increase. He had withstood the 1st stage of the 1,000 refinements, but could he withstand this stage of the 1,000 refinements? Chen Zong did not know. He could only try his best to pass this stage of the 1,000 refinement. There were a total of 10 stages of the 1,000 refinements trial. Only after passing all 10 stages of the 1,000 refinements trial would one receive the inheritance of the 1,000 refinements trial. Dispelling all distracting thoughts, Chen Zong focused all of his spirit and willpower to withstand the rising temperature of the sea of fire. As the temperature increased, Chen Zong felt as if he was being roasted. Chapter 762. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. A charred body fell to the ground like a burnt dead tree. Not only was the exterior damaged, but even the internal organs were also charred. They were completely charred from the inside out by the blazing high temperature. Love go little say w. Chew under such circumstances, a normal person would have died completely. However, the little bit of spiritual light that remained allowed the charred body to retain a trace of life force. It was like a withered tree that had been struck by lightning and burned by the earth fire. Soon after, An invisible force descended and wrapped around the charred body. It continuously seeped into the body as boundless life force surged and continuously nourished the body. The charred internal organs gradually recovered. Like peeling an eggshell, the charred exterior cracked and fell off, turning into powder and being expelled. The internal organs that were exposed were incomparably fresh and tender, full of astonishing vitality. They were even suffused with traces of fluorescent light, full of astonishing defensive power. His internal organs recovered and started to work. The vitality that entered his body became even more abundant, filling his entire body from the inside out. As if he had been reborn, Chen Zong soon recovered. His skin was as white as a newborn baby's. It looked fragile, but Chen Zong could feel the toughness in it. This toughness seemed to be able to resist all sharpness. Of course, this feeling was just an illusion. His skin membrane had indeed become tougher, but it had not reached the point where it could resist all sharpness. After a careful examination, the power contained in his body seemed to be stronger, and the golden color of his pure yang qi and blood had increased to 50%. Can I increase my strength by 5% after passing each trial? Chen Zong's eyes lit up. If that was the case, then it was worthwhile to endure such a trial. However, the trial was too difficult. The feeling just now was as if he had been burned to ashes. The scene in front of him changed again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strong wind blew and the wind roared. Endless wind raged between heaven and earth. This level of the trial was wind. Chen Zong had to withstand the wind's attack and the twister's attack. Chen Zong took a deep breath. Even before he entered, he knew that this trial would not be easy to pass. However, he still had to pass it. He took a step forward and stepped into a gust of wind. The wind blew on his body continuously, as if it wanted to blow Chen Zong away. It was just that this level was nothing to Chen Zong at all. The first trial of the third stage, the second trial, the third trial, the 10th refinement, the 20th refinement, the 60th refinement. At this stage, Chen Zong began to feel the pressure, but it was very slight. The 80th refinement. Chen Zong's face was solemn. He felt that the storm that was everywhere was raging toward him, as if it was going to completely crush him. It was terrifying and unbearable. The 90th trial. Chen Zong could no longer maintain his body. His whole body was swept up into the sky by the giant tornado of destruction. The terrifying twisting force fell on Chen Zong's body from all directions, as if it was everywhere. Not only was his body being crazily twisted, Chen Zong could also clearly feel that this terrible twisting force was raging inside his body. Even his bones and internal organs were not spared. The pain of enduring this terrible twisting force inside and outside was indescribable. However, Chen Zong had to endure it. No matter what, he had to endure it. When the 100th refinement was completed, Chen Zong's consciousness was already dizzy. The last bit of consciousness he had left was feeling his fragmented body, and he felt a lingering fear. Just a little bit, and he would have been crushed into powder by that terrible storm. Fortunately, he made it through. His body began to recover rapidly under the majestic vitality from outside. After recovering, Chen Zong felt that the power contained in his body had become stronger. The golden color of his pure yang qi and blood increased from 50% to 55%. With a smile on his face, Chen Zong faced the fourth trial. The fourth trial was the power of the earth, a terrible pressure. This kind of pressure was different from the impact of the waterfall. It was not as fast and fierce. Instead, it pressed down bit by bit, but it was endless and constantly strengthened. At first, it might be easy to resist, but as time went by, this kind of pressure increased like a frog being boiled in warm water. In the end, it was difficult to resist. Moreover, this kind of pressure did not come from the sky like the waterfall, but from the sky, front, back, left and right. It was like being buried. His muscles were torn, His bones were broken, and his internal organs were turned into minced meat. There was no part of his body that was intact. It looked like a pile of crushed bones and flesh. However, Chunzong was still alive. The trials and trials not only changed Chunzong's body, but also strengthened Chunzong's will. Therefore, he was able to resist. However, this was only the 4th trial. There were still 6 more trials. Thinking of this, Chunzong could not help but smile bitterly. Perhaps passing the trial could bring obvious benefits, but at the same time, that kind of trial was too painful and terrible. If possible, he really did not want to endure it. However, he had already started, and endured the 4th trial. There was no reason to give up halfway. Moreover, if he could not pass the trial, only death would await him. No matter what the reason was, Chunzong had to hold on. He had to pass the trial. The 5th trial was a thunder valley. Chunzong had to stand in the valley and be bombarded by thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning were violent and powerful. The first trial of the 5th trial, a lightning bolt as thick as a hair cut across the sky and struck down at an astonishing speed. It was so fast that Chunzong was hit before he could react. There was no way for him to dodge. In an instant, his whole body was numb, but he was not hurt. This level of destructive power was far from enough. The second lightning bolt struck down, and it seemed to be a little bigger. Each lightning bolt represented 1 trial. Chunzong had to endure a total of 100 lightning bolts. Each lightning bolt was thicker than the previous one, and its power was increasing. Chunzong stood in place and endured the continuous bombardment of lightning. The hard ground of the valley under his feet began to crack and shatter, and it kept collapsing. When the 100th lightning bolt struck, Chunzong's whole body sank into the ground. He was on the verge of death. His whole body was full of cracks and fragmented like porcelain. However, as the invisible vitality descended, Chunzong's injuries began to heal. He recovered again and became even stronger. The 6th level of the trial also began. Scorching. Incomparably scorching. This scorching heat was different from the burning of flames. It was a kind of heat that covered both the inside and outside of the body. This kind of heat was vast and mighty, and it was boundless. In the sky above the valley, a blazing sun appeared. The blazing sun was constantly releasing shocking light and heat. This trial was the impact of the sun's power. Of course, it was not the real sun. Otherwise, if that kind of power was released, even an emperor-level powerhouse would be turned into ashes in an instant. It was more difficult than the lightning bolts of the 5th trial. Chunzong endured with all his might. In the 7th trial, a bright moon hung in the sky. The moonlight looked gentle and harmless. Chunzong bathed in the moonlight and felt a kind of peace and tranquility. Was this also a trial? Immediately, Chunzong was sure that this was indeed a trial, because a trace of coldness rose from the inside of his body and quickly spread all over his body. It was different from the power of the sun. However, Chunzong still had to endure. In the end, his whole body stiffened and he could not move at all. He felt as if his soul had been frozen. However, he still endured. The 8th trial began as scheduled. Saber wind and sword rain. Yes, the sky was full of long sabers and sharp swords, slashing from all directions. It was as if many people were attacking with sabers and swords at the same time. The moves were very simple, so simple that it was violent. There was no skill, only power. There was no skill because Chunzong could not dodge. He could only take it passively. Swoosh. His tattered robe was torn, but his tough skin blocked the sharpness of the sabers and swords. Slash. 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 The sabers and swords were bounced away. However, Chunzong's skin was also torn, leaving streaks of blood. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong's body was covered with bloody wounds. It was a shocking sight. As the trial progressed, the wounds became deeper and deeper. Chen Zong was almost chopped into pieces. Invisible vitality fell and wrapped Chen Zong's body. It seeped into Chen Zong's body and healed Chen Zong's injuries quickly. In the 9th trial, hammers appeared in the sky one after another. The hammers glowed with cold black light and smashed fiercely. With a bang, they hit Chen Zong directly. However, Chen Zong's body did not move at all. Although this kind of power was very strong, it was relatively speaking. For Chen Zong at this time, it was too weak. It was not even qualified to tickle him. The 2nd hammer fell. This represented the 2nd trial of the 9th trial. The 3rd hammer. The 4th hammer. The 5th hammer. One hammer after another, continuously. Each hammer was stronger than the previous one, but Chen Zong held on. However, Chen Zong gradually found that there seemed to be a scorching heat in each hammer. At first, it was very slight, so slight that it was difficult to feel. However, when the 30th hammer hit, the scorching heat began to become obvious. He felt as if he had become a piece of soldering iron. He was constantly being hammered, as if he was being forged. The further he went, the more obvious the feeling of being forged became. Boom! The 100th hammer fell. The hammer became incomparably huge, as if the sky was collapsing. Chen Zong felt an amazing pressure crushing him from all directions. Boom! His whole body was numb, and he lost consciousness. There was only chaos. After an unknown period of time, Chen Zong's consciousness gradually returned to his body. He found that his body was intact, and he felt as if it had been forged from a rough iron embryo into a fine iron after being hammered thousands of times. His strength still did not increase, but a feeling of gradual transformation arose spontaneously. I've passed the 9th trial. What's the 10th trial? Chen Zong took a deep breath and clenched his fists. The trial was really painful, but he made it through. He had reached the last trial. The 10th trial began. Heaven and earth changed. Everything disappeared and was replaced by a haze. In the haze, there was a violent sound, as if a giant wheel was rolling. Gradually, a silhouette appeared in the haze. Chen Zong stared at it with his eyes wide open. It was a wheel, a quaint and heavy giant wheel covered with strange patterns. The giant wheel rotated slowly, emitting a sense of crushing everything. Chapter 763. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The giant wheel was like a millstone, crushing heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. Boundless and vigorous. Standing in front of it, Chen Zong felt that he was very small as a speck of dust. The 10th trial. For some reason, Chen Zong suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He had a hunch that the 10th trial would be the most difficult and terrifying one. Deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breath. Chen Zong calmed himself down. His eyes became very determined. He took a step forward and floated toward the giant wheel without hesitation. Entering the giant wheel, the violent roar directly poured into his ears like a huge waterfall. It directly made Chen Zong's head roar and almost made him lose consciousness. Although the rotation of the giant wheel was not fast, it did not stop. A sharp pain came from his left foot. Chen Zong was shocked to find that his left foot had been crushed. It did not have the ability to resist at all. It was completely crushed. Moreover, the speed of the crushing was not fast. That kind of pain continued to hit him. If it was crushed in an instant, Chen Zong would only feel a moment of pain. Undoubtedly, this way was more terrible. His left foot was crushed, his right foot was crushed, his left and right legs were crushed, his body was crushed, his arms were crushed, and his head was crushed, step by step. The sharp pain was continuous and very clear. Chen Zong found that he could not pass out at all. His consciousness was very clear, and because of this, he could feel the pain more directly. His body was completely crushed. Chen Zong thought he was dead, but his consciousness was still there. Immediately, he was shocked to find that his body began to reassemble. In the blink of an eye, his body was reassembled to its original state, intact. But a sharp pain came from his feet again and spread to his whole body. It started again and he was crushed again. Chernzong immediately understood. The 10th level of the trial was completely different from the previous 9 levels of the trial. In the previous 9 levels of the trial, he could hold on until his body shattered, but it wasn't to the point where he would be completely crushed. But now there was no way for him to resist at all, and he was directly crushed into pieces. Moreover, it seemed to have happened more than once. If it was just a guess, it should have been crushed 100 times. At the thought of it, Chernzong's hair stood on end. The feeling of being slowly crushed from head to toe was definitely not pleasant. It was worse than death, but he had to endure it 100 times. Thinking of this, Chernzong felt like he was about to break down. 100 times, 100 times. However, since they were already here, there was no way out. Chernzong was shocked, but he quickly calmed down and endured the pain. It was unbearable. 3 times. 4 times. 10 times. Chernzong endured the pain of his body being crushed 10 times, but it was not over yet. 11 times. 12 times. 20 times. 30 times. 40 times. Gradually, along with the sharp pain, Chernzong felt numb. 50 times. 60 times. The numbness intensified, but the pain was still there. Chernzong had to endure it. Time seemed to be stretched infinitely. Chernzong did not know how much time had passed, but when the giant wheel stopped rotating and disappeared, he still did not realize it. That kind of pain seemed to be permanent. In the gray chaos, nothing could be seen or felt. Only Chernzong's body was floating in it. Suddenly awake, Chernzong quickly turned over and stood up. The trial is over? Chernzong looked around in surprise. The giant wheel had disappeared without him noticing. And he was still alive. Did this mean that he had passed the 10th level trial? After a quick check, Chernzong found that the golden color of his pure yang qi and blood had increased from the initial 40% to 90%. The 90% golden color was like rippling water. It seemed ordinary, but it carried an extremely shocking aura fluctuation and contained an amazing power. Once this power was released, it would be very terrifying. However, Chernzong did not know how to release it. So, I have really passed the 10th level trial. A burst of joy rose from his heart and spread across his face. This kind of trial was really terrifying. Chernzong really did not want to try it again. But he was happy that he had passed the trial. Then, since he had passed the trial, could he accept the so-called inheritance of the 1,000 refinements method? As soon as the thought came to his mind, a majestic will seemed to penetrate through time and space. With a roar like the divine thunder at the beginning of the world, a golden light broke through the chaos and struck Chernzong's head. As soon as Chernzong noticed it, he was hit and could not dodge at all. In an instant, Chernzong's body froze. He could not move at all. His eyes were wide open in shock. A huge flood of information kept surging in his mind. Fortunately, Chernzong's will and consciousness had been tempered time and time again and had become more tenacious. Thus, he was able to completely resist the impact of this flood of information. After some time, the flood of information disappeared. Chernzong finally had time to organize it. 1,000 refinements method. 1,000 tempering method. Indestructible body. Chernzong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. But if that was really the case, why did the ancient sect disappear? Obviously, the so-called indestructible body was not the real indestructible body. But Chernzong did not think too much about it. Even if it was not the real indestructible body, so what? He did not count on it from the beginning. Naturally, he was not disappointed. He just hoped to get a body refining method that was suitable for him. Now, it seemed that the 1,000 refinements method was quite suitable. But whether it was suitable or not, he had to organize the information to be sure. There was a lot of information. Even with Chernzong's realm, it was not easy to organize it. 1,000 refinements method. This was not just the inheritance of a method, but the inheritance of a cultivation method. There was a huge gap between a cultivation method and a path of cultivation. Cultivation methods were only a part of the path of cultivation, nothing more. 1,000 refinements method. This was a complete cultivation method. There were methods, martial arts, secret techniques, and even forbidden technique. Finally, Chernzong accepted all the information. His eyes lit up with joy. The technique of the 1,000 refining way was called the 1,000 refining mysterious technique. It was a very simple name, but it was not simple at all. It was a supreme grade spiritual technique. In other words, in terms of grade, the 1,000 refining way was not inferior to the Taiyuan divine way, nor was it inferior to the heavenly sword way. The 1,000 refinements mysterious technique. Chernzong looked at it carefully. There might be someone outside who is at the extreme 9th level waiting for me. So, he had to cultivate first. Chernzong could feel that if he did not want to leave, he could stay here forever. Of course, he could not stay here forever. But he could stay here for a while to cultivate the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique and see if he could make progress on the path of body refining. After carefully comprehending the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique, Chernzong understood that the previous 10 trials were not only a test, but also a kind of support for cultivating the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique. It allowed his body to undergo some kind of indescribable transformation. After that, he could cultivate the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique. In other words, without the tempering of the trials, even if he obtained the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique, he could only watch helplessly. Chernzong felt that his luck was not bad. A top-grade body refining inheritance. Moreover, it was suitable for him. All the conditions were met. He could start cultivating now. There is the intense sword way in the Qi cultivation method, the 1,000 refinements method in the body refining method, and the spirit refining method in the spirit refining method. Chernzong's eyes flashed. If my luck is good enough, I can obtain the subsequent cultivation method. Then he shook his head. There was the Qi cultivation method, the body refining method, and the spirit refining method. But the subsequent cultivation method of the spirit refining method did not exist in this world. Although he did not know what kind of world it was, thinking back, it was very powerful. It was not something the Blue Waves world could compare to. He did not know whether he had the chance to step into that world in this life. The 1,000 refinements method and the spirit refining method. If they are all integrated into the heart-intent sword way, the heart-intent sword way will be flawless. Chernzong's eyes were incomparably bright. Without a doubt, this was a magnificent feat, as well as a great ambition. It was too difficult to include all the essence, qi, and spirit in an inheritance. Let's cultivate the 1,000 refinements mysterious technique first. Chernzong suppressed the excitement and desire in his heart. It was very difficult to complete that step. At the very least, he had to thoroughly understand the 1,000 refinements method first. The 1,000 refinements mysterious technique was divided into 2 parts, movement and stillness. The movement method was for training and refining, and the stillness method was for nurturing. Only with training and nurturing could one achieve the Tao. The movement method was a series of movements. There were a total of 99 forms. In other words, this was a strange martial art. It did not have any combat power. It was just a pure movement of the body. It trained every part of the body from top to bottom. As soon as Chernzong practiced it, he realized the difficulty. Indeed, if he had gone through the 10 trials, he would not have been able to cultivate it. It would have been difficult for him to complete the 99 forms of the movement method. However, after going through the tempering of the 10 levels of training, His body had undergone an indescribable transformation, and he could easily execute the 99 moves of the movement technique. When Chen Zong executed the 99 moves consecutively, with a bang, the power hidden within his body seemed to have been released, transforming into a formless yet extremely majestic torrent that continuously battered Chen Zong's body. A terrifying aura turned into a storm that surged out from Chen Zong's body and blew in all directions. The pure yang qi and blood flowed faster. Gradually, like a long river, it turned into the roar of the sea. Wave after wave of impact, it made a series of thunderous roars. The tyrannical power released from his body flowed into the pure yang qi and blood bit by bit, causing the golden color of the pure yang qi and blood to increase. From the pure yang qi and blood there was another aura. This aura was extremely powerful and permeated into every part of Chen Zong's body. It was like the impact of a torrent. It was like burning. It was like freezing. It was like the suppression of the earth. It was like the slashing of swords and sabers. It was like the bombardment of a giant hammer. It was like the crushing of a giant wheel. Chen Zong felt as if his body had gone through the 10 trials again. However, he did not feel the pain of the trials. Instead, he felt a sense of sublimation. He felt as if his whole body was about to fly. His organs, bones, veins, muscles, skin, etc., were all strengthened under the impact of this aura. With a pop, it was as if something had broken. A feeling of breaking through shackles spontaneously arose. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.